The night has arrived ever so gently. Somewhere out there, a small light is still glowing. Maybe it is yours. Maybe you have just closed the door on a long day, carrying with you a few lingering sighs and thoughts still swirling in your mind. The world outside keeps moving, but here, where only the sound of breath and the soft whisper of wind remains, we can pause for a moment. Just for a bit. A quiet space meant only for you. Tonight, you do not need to try to understand anything. You do not need to remember or forget. All you need to do is let your shoulders relax. Let your hands reach for a sense of peace. Inhale slowly, and exhale as if setting down the weight of the entire day. And if you are already lying down, let your body slowly sink into the bed, the way grass sinks into the earth after the rain. There is no need to rush, no need to push. Everything is right where it is supposed to be. This is Zen Tales for Sleep, where each story is like a gentle breeze brushing through the heart, bringing you stillness, mindfulness, and calm before sleep. Every night, we share little stories about a candle, a river, the wind, a bell. Simple things that hold within them a quiet sky of Zen. These stories are not meant to be analyzed. They are meant to be felt, not to keep you awake, but to bring you peace. And before we begin, if you feel even a tiny part of you soften, here we invite you to subscribe, not to follow yet another channel, but so that each evening, when the world gets too loud, you know you can return to this place. Hear a slow voice, and remember, there is a quiet corner made just for your peace. Close your eyes. Let these sounds enter gently, like the wind threading its way through a grove of bamboo. Now let us begin our first story, The Candle and the Wind. A candle in the night, and a lesson on stillness within the breeze. Story 1. The Candle and the Wind. Night. In the little monastery began with the smell of dry wood. On a low wooden shelf, a honey-colored candle was lit. The flame, as thin as a young leaf, stood still for a moment, then leaned gently, as if bowing. Outside, the wind passing across the hillside, through the bamboo grove, left behind a long sound, like someone blowing into a hollow bamboo tube. In the room, there was only a straw mat, a water jar, a ceramic bowl. The simplicity made everything clearer. The candle's light did not need to be much, just enough to see the grain of the wooden table, and its shadow flickered on the wall like ripples on water. The novice monk had just finished sweeping. The courtyard, wiped his hands on his robe hem, and sat down in front of the candle, His sweat had dried, but his breathing was still a little rapid. He placed both hands on his knees, relaxed his shoulders, and looked at the flame gathering. At the small window, the rope tying the latch creaked with the wind. The night wind slipped in through the crack in the window. Not quite cold, not quite warm, just reminding that outside there was still a wide world. The novice monk watched the flame lean to the left, then stand upright, lean to the right, then stand upright again, like someone learning to walk on uneven ground. The teacher sat behind back, leaning against a post. He said nothing. After a while, he reached toward the window and pulled the latch a bit closed. The sound of the wind dwindled. The candle stood still for a little longer. The novice exhaled and whispered, "The wind is really stubborn." The teacher smiled lightly. Whether it is stubborn depends on how you look at it. With the wind leaning is also a way of standing. Night deepened. The insects in the grass formed a steady curtain of sound. The novice monk sat up a little straighter, watched the candle's body soften from the heat. On top of the wick, the black tip looked like a peppercorn. The flame consumed that peppercorn, then gave back a new wick tip, smaller, brighter. The novice thought of the daytime events, the eaves dripping water, the weeds growing against the wall, a potato slightly burnt. Small things became part of a larger patch lying somewhere behind his forehead. The wind came again. The flame licked to one side, dragging the novice's shadow out long, reaching the water jar. He reflexively held a hand up to shield the candle. The teacher quietly placed his hand on the novice's. Not strong, not weak, like a silent nod. "Do not hurry to cover it," he said softly. "Watch how it leans, how it finds a place to stand." The novice drew back his hand, sat still. The flame leaned at a wide angle, appearing about to go out, yet simultaneously like someone listening. From outside, a dry leaf fell, then another. The wind grew stronger, pushing the latch with a sharp rhythm. The flame thinned, trembled, as if someone giggled. The novice felt his heart tremble too. The thought of going out appeared like a shadow. The teacher still sat behind, silent like a tree used to sun and rain. "What if it goes out?" the novice asked. "Then light it again." "But what if you light it and it still goes out?" "Then you learn how the candle stands in the wind." The teacher spoke without looking at the candle. He seemed to speak to the void or to his own breathing. The novice tilted his head, watching more closely. The flame did not fight the wind. Each time the wind arrived, it leaned, became thinner, but the base of the flame still hugged the wick. Each time the wind subsided, it stood again, a little rounder, a little warmer, like a person bowing, then standing up, like a river avoiding a rock, then continuing its flow. I thought the candle had to stand upright to shine. The novice whispered. Not necessarily, the teacher said. Light does not demand shape. It can be round. It can be long. It can sway. What matters is that it remains lit. A firefly wandered into the room, flickered a weak bluish glow, then went out, then flickered again. The novice looked at the firefly, then at the candle. The firefly was not afraid of the wind. It flashed when the wind came, flashed when the wind went. The wind merely made the night's scent clearer. The teacher said, "Do you see the wind is the messenger? It carries the smell of fresh grass, the smell of damp earth, even the sound of the distant village. Without wind, night would be a closed box." The novice whispered, "But the wind also makes the candle nearly go out." The teacher nodded. Thanks to that, the candle learns how to hug. Thanks to that, you can see the boundary between light and dark more clearly. The novice leaned in closer, saw inside the flame thin layers, stacked the blue layer near the wick, the yellow layer in the middle, the orange layer on the outside. Within each layer were tiny motions, like little fish swirling. When the wind came, the fish tilted. When the wind passed, they rounded up again. On the surface of the candle, transparent wax drops flowed into streams, coiling like tiny creeks. You could choose to cover the candle your whole life, the teacher said. But then you would live in a room with no wind. And if you open the door, the candle will wobble. You will wobble along with it. And in the end, you will see that leaning is also a form of balance. For a long while, the novice simply sat and watched. All tangled thoughts like threads he set down. He began to hear things he had not heard earlier. His own breath, the soft beating of his heart, like tapping on the bowl wall, the candle crackling ever so slightly as the wick burned. The teacher said, "Let your eyes see your ears. Listen, but don't force them to find something. Like the wind, they come and go. Your job is to stand in the middle, like the base of the flame hugging the wick. In an instant, the flame's shadow on the wall no longer looked like a twitching streak. It looked like a person bowing and greeting someone, then smiling. Suddenly, a strong gust swept through the bamboo grove. The window rattled violently. The flame collapsed nearly to the candle surface. The novice inhaled sharply. In that moment, the whole room seemed half in darkness. Between the verge of extinguishing and the verge of light was a perfect silence. Then the flame sprang up, not standing rigidly, but reaching out to where it needed to reach, like someone tilting their shoulder to avoid a basket passing by. The novice let out a silent laugh, just a small tremor in his throat. The teacher closed his eyes, smiled in response. "Teacher," the novice asked after a few breaths, "so when I worry, can I do like the candle?" The teacher opened his eyes. "You can look at worry like looking at the wind. It comes, it goes. You lean a little so you do not break. You hug your wick that is your breath. Do not try to stand straight like a pillar. Stand like the candle." The novice was silent, then nodded. "Stand like the candle," he repeated, as though learning a spell with no magic but efficacy. The teacher rose, walked to the window, opened it a little more, not to test the candle, just to let in more of the night wind carrying the smell of wet grass in the yard, and the smell of embers died in the hearth. The flame flickered strongly, but did not flare. It remained itself. Its yellow light still cast a thin layer over everything in the room, making the old ceramic jar look as if someone had just polished it, making the rough mat suddenly patterned, making the novice's face light up, as though someone had removed a shadow from his forehead. The novice clenched his hands, then released them, feeling from his fingertips a warmth that did not come from the candle, but from what he had just understood. The teacher turned back, looked at the novice. "Tomorrow, you will draw water from the well. It might rain, you may slip. It might be sunny, your shoulders may sting. Someone may ask you to do extra work you do not want to. Remember, the wind is the wind. You do not have to extinguish it. You only need to know who you are in the wind." The novice nodded, then asked, "Who am I in the wind?" "Teacher." The teacher pointed at the candle. "You are the base hugging the wick, not the flame nor the wind. You are the place where both can be themselves." A little moth came flying in, circled. The candle bumped into the light, then backed out like a child dipping into a warm bath. The novice raised his hand but stopped midway. The teacher said, "Do not expect it to understand immediately. It will leave in a while." Indeed, after a moment, the moth flew toward the window, vanished into the night. The candle still danced in the breeze. The room remained peaceful. This peace was not absence of sound, but absence of resistance. Time passed like a drop of wax flowing. The novice had once thought peace was a soft chair to sit on. Now he saw it was like a small boat. The boat does not stop rocking, but because of that, it does not capsize. Each time it leans is a chance to practice balance. Each time the wind rises is an opportunity for the flame to learn how to hug again, for the person to learn how to breathe. The teacher called that the peace that knows how to breathe. The novice asked no more. He let the words soak in like water, soaking the earth after a soft rain. When the wick had shortened a little, the teacher stood up. "That is enough," he said. "Night does not need many words. You may sit a little longer if you wish." He went out to the porch, letting his feet touch the cool floor. The bamboo outside, again, brushed together. The novice watched, then turned back to the candle. He leaned in closer, whispered, as though speaking to a little companion. "Thank you for not going out." The flame jumped lightly, as though answering. The novice smiled, placed his hand on his belly, inhaled longer, exhaled deeper. In that breath, the daytime things suddenly became dry leaves, blown off the eaves. When he stood up, the room still carried the scent of honey wax. On the table, a streak of golden light remained. The wind still came in, but now it passed through him as through a row of bamboo. Accustomed to wind, there was rustle, a slight lean, but no longer panic. He closed the window, just enough, not to block the wind, but to promise the night that tomorrow he would open it at the right time. The candle continued burning a little smaller, a little rounder. Outside, the sky was like a large candle, slowly shifting color toward dawn. Before leaving the room, the novice monk glanced back once more. He saw what the teacher had said earlier. Light does not demand a shape. It is in how the flame leans without going out, in how the wind passes without taking anything away, in how the person chooses to stand without becoming a wall. He nodded to himself as though signing a small treaty from tomorrow. If the wind comes, he will lean. If the wind goes, he will stand upright again. Both are part of tonight's lesson. On the porch, the teacher looked up at the moonless sky. "Tonight is good," he said, as the novice passed by. "Yes, good," the novice responded, "because the candle is still lit." The teacher shook his head. "Because you have learned to let the wind pass through." The novice bowed, then stepped down the stairs. The ground was cool under his feet, like a cloth spread out beneath them. Step by step, he heard his own steps merge with the sound of the night. Behind him, in the room, lit just enough, the candle continued to stand in the wind, like a gentle gatekeeper for the sleep that was coming. Story 2. The Old Monk and the Broken Bowl. Early morning. The dew still hung across the bamboo branches like a thin silk scarf. In the temple compound, the paving stones were damp and faintly silver under the first sunlight. On the porch step came a sharp clang, then complete silence. All the sparrows on the tiled roof paused for a beat, then scattered in flight. On the tiled floor lay the gray ceramic rice bowl of the old meditation master, shattered into 3 large pieces, and several small shards that sparkled like fish scales. The rice water flowed out into a pale white streak, merging with the morning light like a small stream, disappearing into the mist. The young disciple rushed over in alarm, knelt down, stammering, "Master, I will clean it right away." He hurriedly gathered the ceramic shards, but his fingertip was cut by a small shard. Blood welled out, mixing with the rice water, forming a faint red streak. He drew back his hand and looked at the master, but the old monk simply bent down and observed the bowl as if looking at an old friend sleeping soundly. His face was calm, no frown, no regret, just a gaze of deep tranquility. The master quietly said, "Do you see? The bowl has an age too?" Then he sat down, took the hem of his robe, and dabbed the rice water on the floor, wiping slowly. Today the air is cold. The ceramic contracted. My hand trembled, so the bowl chose to depart. His words were light as tea steam, with no sorrow. The disciple sat in silence, unsure what to say. In his heart, the image of the old bowl was tied to the master. For many years, every morning, the master would sit by the porch, spooning each grain of white rice, occasionally looking out to the bamboo garden, and smiling. The young monk had once thought that if the bowl ever failed, the meal would not be complete. But now, looking at the master, he suddenly felt perhaps completeness did not depend on the bowl. The master picked up a large piece. The shard had crack lines, like the map of an old river. He rotated it in his palm, examining it, like a person studying an old photograph. "Do you see this part? Here is where the bowl was once fired with fire. At that time, it endured pain in order to become firm. But then, like everything else, there came a time when it no longer needed to hold on." The disciple asked quietly, "Master, do you not miss it?" The master smiled. "What is the use of missing? When the bowl breaks, it simply returns to earth. And I, when I die, will also return to dust. What difference is there? A breeze wafted through, carrying the scent of early incense from the main hall. The smell of burning wood and sandalwood mixed together, making the space soften. The disciple looked at his hand, the blood now dry. He gathered the shards of ceramic, placed them in his palm, then said, "I will throw them behind the mountain." The master shook his head. "No, keep them. When the weather is dry, you wash them clean. Place them in that wall corner. Each time you pass by, remember, the broken still teaches us about wholeness." He was uneasy, but nodded. The master stood slowly and walked into the room. His wooden sandals clicked evenly, mingled with the sound of the wind. At the halfway point of the doorway, the master turned and said, "Did you hear the bowl cry out?" The disciple looked confused. "Yes, but it broke, Master." The master smiled. "It is at the moment of breaking that it cried out the loudest. Before that, it had been silent for decades. His words hung quiet like a bell, just rung. Later that noon, sunlight streamed through the porch like threads of gold. The disciple sat alone on a corner of the courtyard, the broken bowl pieces set beside him. He took water and washed each shard. Each crack line became more distinct, like wrinkles on an old face. Whenever the light touched, the shard glimmered, not sad, not joyful. He placed them on a cloth to dry. After a moment, the master emerged, carrying a cup of tea. The master said, "You know, when I was young, I used to fear breaking the bowl. Each time I washed it, my hand trembled, my heart beat fast. Then one day, my teacher said, 'If you are afraid of breaking, you will never learn how to touch things.' From then, I learned how to let the bowl break, yet remain calm." "How do I become calm?" he asked. "By seeing that nothing truly belongs to you. This bowl only stayed with you for a time, then left. Even your body is like that. One day, it will crack, break, and return." The master sipped his tea, his eyes half closed, his face lit as though a light shone within. The bowl breaks, yet the tea remains fragrant. That is how the world goes on. A while later, the master told him, "Put the bowl fragments on the window ledge. When the wind blows, you will hear a small sound, like a bell." He did as told. Indeed, when the first night wind came, the shards jostled each other and softly tinkled. The master said, "That sound is the sound of gratitude. Each time you hear it, remember to thank what has passed." The disciple asked, "Even the things that made me sad?" The master replied, "Especially those things that made you sad, because they teach you that you can still feel." Days passed. The broken bowl remained in the wall. Corner. Rain came, wind came. The shards changed color. Their edges softened. One afternoon, the disciple was sweeping the yard when he saw rainwater collect in one shard reflecting the sky. He looked up one small shard, yet it held the whole sky. The master walked by and stopped. "Do you see? Even the broken piece knows how to hold the clouds." He nodded, and inside him a sudden lightness arose. The master said, "Tomorrow you will take the clay in the pit behind the garden and mold a new bowl, not to replace, but to remember how to begin." He did as told. The wet clay was smooth and cold. He rolled it, shaped it, spun it, each movement slow. Clay stuck to his hands, leaving a faint smell. As the bowl took shape, he recalled his master's hands, doing the same decades earlier. A simple, small bowl, yet every curve, every varied thickness carried the breath of the maker. He suddenly understood, perhaps no bowl ever truly breaks. It just changes shape, changes place, in order to live on. When the new bowl was fired, the master looked nodded. "Good. But do not love it too much, because it will break again," he asked. "No, because if you love it too much, you will forget that there are other things waiting to be loved." The master placed the new bowl beside the old shards. In the twilight, the two did not stand opposed. One smooth and new, the other rugged and old, but both reflected the color of the sky. The master said softly, "One teaches you about beginning. The other teaches you about ending. Both are your teachers." That evening, the moon rose. The light filled the temple yard, casting the Bodhi tree's shadow into long streaks, like unfinished lines of writing. The master and disciple sat together in a wide silence. The master asked, "Have you ever thought about your own death?" He softly shook his head. "I am afraid to think about it, Master." The master smiled. "That fear is also a fragment of the bowl. One day, when you are calm enough, it will fall break and turn to earth. Then from earth, grass grows. From grass, incense wafts. Everything returns to one another." He bowed his head. "I understand. The bowl does not disappear. It just returns." The master nodded. "Exactly. And so do we." A gentle breeze passed, stirring the shards on the windowsill. The sound was thin, like a breath. The master said, "Do you hear? That is the bowl singing." The disciple listened, felt his heart soften. The bowl breaks, yet the sound remains. The master whispered, just as when I go, you will still hear me through the wind, through the water, through the beat of your own heart." Night deepened. Sandalwood incense spread throughout the room. The shadows of master and disciple reflected on the wall, bowing gently with the candlelight. No more words were spoken. That silence was not heavy, but full. It felt like after a bell has rung, the reverberation lingers long. The next morning, the sky brightened. The master took the new bowl out to the stream to rinse. The cold water ran through it, reflecting the drift of sky fragments. The master said, "New bowl, old water." Each day, we still eat our rice, but it is never the same meal. The disciple stood beside him, watching the master, suddenly seeing in every gesture a kind of unhurried elegance, as though every second was a small ceremony for life. The master finished washing, placed the bowl down on the rock, so the water flowed over it. "It is not the bowl that needs to be clean," the master said, "but our hands." On the way back, the master asked, "Do you still remember the old shards?" He nodded. "Later, if someone ever hurts you, remember those shards too. They were once in pain, but then became beautiful." "Beautiful?" he asked. "Yes, because they remind us that cracks can reflect light." As the master finished speaking, sunlight shone on the wall corner where the shards still lay. A thin ray of light landed, making them glimmer like stars. He gazed, feeling as if he were holding an entire small sky in his hand. Suddenly, he smiled, his heart at ease. Years later, the master passed away. That day, there was a light rain. In his room, nothing remained but his folded brown robe, the bamboo staff, and the chipped ceramic bowl. The disciple sat quietly, listening to raindrops falling on the tiles. Each drop fell to the yard, shattered, and then disappeared. He suddenly saw the image of that old bowl from years ago. Now it seemed as though the whole world was a gigantic bowl, and the rain was its way of singing about impermanence. He went out to the porch, picked up one old shard from the wall corner. The surface was polished smooth by time. He carried it to place beside his master's grave. The wind blew past the shard, gently vibrating, emitting a small ting. He heard it and felt tears streaming, not sadness, but a warm flow. He understood the master was still teaching him through the song of the broken piece. That night in the temple, he lit a candle. The wind slipped in through the doorway, crack, causing the flame to lean. He smiled, recalled the master's old saying, "Leaning is also a form of standing." Outside, the light rain had subsided, leaving drops on the old shards reflecting the yellow candlelight. It seemed the bowl had not truly left. It had only changed form to sound, to light, to the warmth in the hands of the disciple still sitting there in the night, together with the long silence of the wind. In that moment, he realized everything in life that has been broken, a person, a memory, a belief, can become a bell, reminding us to live slowly. Because what is precious is not keeping things unchanged, but learning to listen when everything changes. He closed his eyes, listened to the wind, to the shards, to his own heart. All merged into one rhythm, one story that never ends. Somewhere the master was perhaps smiling, and the bowl, though it had broken, still sang in the heart of the night. Story 3: Waves and the Moonlight. That night, the surface of the lake was as broad as a frameless mirror. The moon was full pale gold, lying still above the gently rippling water. The wind moved lightly, as if afraid to disturb a dream. Everything seemed arranged so that no one needed to speak. In that space, there was only one sound, the little ripple of water, like the breath of someone sleeping soundly. A young novice named Min sat by the lakeshore, his hand resting under his chin, the moonlight illuminating his face, still bearing the look of a child. Beside him, the old meditation master gathered fallen lotus petals, dropping them into a bamboo basket. The air was so still that one could hear the faint splash of a fish under the wooden bridge. Min spoke up. "Master, I cannot sit still like you. Whenever I close my eyes, I see thousands of waves inside me. They crash against each other, against the shore, so loud." The master remained bent, picking up another lotus petal. "Have you ever seen the moon?" he asked. "Yes, I have. I am looking now," Min replied. "Then where is the moon?" the master asked. "Above in the sky," Min answered. The master smiled, pointing at the water's surface. "And what is this?" "It is the moon too, but it is the moon's reflection." The master said, "See? A gentle wind blows, the waves stir, the moon's reflection shatters into thousands of shards. But the real moon remains up there, utterly unmoved. The problem does not lie with the moon, but with the water." Min looked down at the lake. Indeed, each time the wind passed, the image of the moon fragmented into small, shining pieces. In that moment, he realized the water was his heart, and the moon his mind. "But I do not know how to make the water still," Min said. "I try, but the more I try, the more the waves rise." The master nodded gently. "True, water is never still when it is forced. Water becomes still only when the wind stops. And the wind inside you is the desire to make the water still. He looked at the master, not fully understanding, but sensed the words touching something deep. The master looked at the moon. The reflection in his eyes was like a thin silver ribbon. When you no longer try to make the mind quiet, the mind will quiet itself. Just as when you stop stirring water, it becomes smooth on its own. After a while, the master sat down next to Min, placed the lotus basket in the water. The petals drifted, touching each other softly. The master asked, "Do you hear anything?" "The sound of water," Master Min replied. "No. That is the sound of the moon. When the moon touches the water resonates. When the mind touches the light, the human heart resonates." Min smiled. He still had many waves inside, but somehow they seemed less loud. As the moon climbed higher, the wind changed direction. The lake's surface rose in larger ripples, and the moon's image on the water shattered into tens of thousands of shimmering fragments. Min frowned. "Master, now I cannot see the moon at all." The master asked, "Do you see the brightness?" "Yes, the whole surface of the lake is bright. So the moon has not vanished. It has just dispersed." The master picked up a small stone and tossed it gently into the lake. Ripples spread, shimmering. "See, just one small stone, and the moon breaks into many rings. But do you see that the moon in the sky remains intact?" Min lifted his head and nodded. "So do not fear the waves, and do not fear the wind. They only help your mind to see the moon more clearly. Each gust of wind is a lesson. Each wave is a way the moon teaches you about light." He sat in silence. The master gazed into the distance. Neither spoke further. That silence was not emptiness. It was full of moonlight, full of insect songs, full of the scent of wet earth and wild flowers. The moon began its westward journey, its light slanting. Min saw the moon's image on the water lengthen, soft like a silk ribbon. "Master," he softly said, "if tomorrow I leave the monastery, will I still see this moon?" The master did not answer immediately. After a moment, he asked, "Do you think the moon here is different from the moon elsewhere?" Min shook his head. "Then the moon is always there. What matters is whether the water you carry is smooth." Suddenly, the wind rose. The water struck the footbridge. He felt waves inside him. "But I fear the wind, master. Each time the wind comes, my mind is thrown into turmoil. I cannot hold my peace." The master smiled. "No one can hold the wind. Your task is not to make the water quiet, but to learn how to look through the waves and still see the moon. Min was quiet, then asked softly, "Master, have you ever been afraid of the waves?" The master nodded. "Yes. When I was young, I thought I must fight the waves. But waves do not come for you to conquer. Waves come so you know you are alive." A leaf fell silently, so light it did not disturb the water. The master said, "When your heart is light, like that leaf, no matter how large the waves, you will see the moon." Night stretched on. The moon slowly departed its zenith, falling into the lake's depths like a drop of golden oil spreading. The master rose, brushed his hands. "Let us go back. The night is enough." Min remained seated there, eyes following the drifting moonlight. "I want to sit a little longer," he said. "Very well," the master nodded. "But remember, do not sit to find peace. Sit to see the waves." The master walked away, leaving behind the sound of wooden sandals receding. Min stayed. The moon reflected in his eyes. The small waves continued racing, but they no longer frightened him. On the contrary, he found them beautiful, each ripple carrying a fragment of moonlight. The next morning, the master awoke early. On the porch step, a glass water jar stood neatly. In the jar, the moon's reflection still lingered, only now the light had shifted to the sky's color. Min stood beside him and softly said, "Master, last night I sat until the moon faded. I saw the waves still there, but in the waves, I also saw the moon." The master smiled. "Good. Your mind is beginning to know how to reflect. But at times, the wind is too strong, and the moon disappears altogether," Min admitted. "That is all right," the master said, "for the moon does not need you to be seen in order to exist. You just need to remember that even unseen, the moon is still there." The master poured water into a ceramic cup and handed it to Min. "Drink." "I see the water is cloudy, not very clear," Min said. "Because you stirred it," the master answered. "Now wait." They sat in silence. After a while, the water became truly clear. The master asked, "Do you see anything different?" "No, but I feel that I do not need to do anything at all, and the water becomes clear on its own." The master nodded. "That is meditation." In the afternoon, light rain began. Raindrops fell onto the lake, creating countless small circles. Each circle was a moon. Min stood under the eaves, watching the scene, and quietly smiled. "Master, now I see 1,000 moons." From inside the room, the master responded, 1,000 moons, but only one sky. One mind, 1,000 waves, Min asked. Yes, and 1,000 waves all return to one stillness. The master stepped onto the porch, reaching his hand out to catch raindrops. Do you see? The water in my hand also came from the lake. Waves may disperse, but water never disappears. Just like your mind, it may move, it may rest, but it never is absent. Min bowed his head, letting the rain touch his hand. A drop rolled across his palm, cold but soothing. He softly said, "Perhaps I am beginning to understand." When night came again, the moon rose. The master and novice sat together in the same place on the same bridge. But this time, no one spoke of the waves. Min simply looked at the moon, occasionally smiling. Inside him, he still knew there was wind. Yet the wind was no longer an enemy. The wind had become the breath of the night. The master watched him, then said quietly, "Tomorrow you will descend the mountain, help the villagers harvest rice. Carry this moon with you." "How can I carry it, Master?" "By holding your water inside you, calm. When you are calm, the moon is there." That night, before sleeping, Min opened the window and looked up at the sky. The moon hung on the mountaintop, shining like a gentle smile. He placed his hand on his chest, felt his heart beat steadily, like waves coming to the shore and dissolving. No longer needing to seek peace, he let his heart float with the distant rain. Somewhere in the wind, it seemed the master's voice echoed, "Do not force the water flat. Do not force the moon perfect. Just watch and let everything be as it is." Min closed his eyes and felt the whole sky drift inside. The waves in his heart were still there, but each ripple now carried a shard of moonlight. And he slept as though floating across a calm lake, where each breath was a ripple of light, where the moon had never left, only changed its place to shine in the heart of the novice who had learned how to rest in stillness. Story 4. The Carpenter's Breath. Morning. In the small village began with a familiar sound, the steady buzz of a wooden saw from the carpentry workshop at the end of the dirt road. With each pull, each scratch, like the breath of the village. There, one could hear time passing in the sound of the saw. The smell of freshly cut wood mingled with the scent of the sun, creating a warm, sweet fragrance of peace. In the workshop, there was an old carpenter named Lamb. He had lived his whole life with wood-making tables, chairs, staircases, and small boxes that held people's memories. Each morning, he came to the workshop, while dew still lay lit an incense stick before the little altar. Then he sat down, took the piece of wood from yesterday, which still lay unfinished, rubbed it smooth by hand, his eyes gently squinting, his lips breathing slow. For him, this was not just work. It was a long meditation. On that day in the village, there was a young apprentice named Dung, often coming to learn the craft. He was hot-tempered, did everything fast, wanted to become skilled quickly. One morning, Dung asked Master Lam, "Why do you sand the wood so slowly? If I sand quickly, then I finish sooner. So why stretch it out like this?" Old Lam only smiled. "I go slow to hear the wood breathe. The wood knows how to breathe." Dung laughed. "Of course it does. You just are not quiet enough yet to listen." Dung did not believe, but did not say more. He continued working, increasingly annoyed, because the master just sat rubbing the same piece of wood again and again without finishing. By midday, the master laid his hand down and spoke softly. "Take this piece of wood up, son. Do you hear anything?" "I hear nothing at all." "That means you've heard it," the master replied. Dung frowned, did not understand. Lam looked out at the porch. When there is no saw sound, no sanding sound, when only your breath and the wood's breath coincide, that is when the wood speaks. That afternoon, a wind blew down from the mountain, carrying the smell of pine resin. Inside the workshop, golden sawdust particles floated in the sunbeams. Dung tried the way the master said, "Inhale deeply. Exhale slowly. Then rub his hand over the wood surface." He heard a soft rustle sound, steady. But the more he tried to focus, the more jumbled the sound felt, like raindrops beating on a wall. He sighed. "Master, I do not hear anything at all except my own voice," he said. "That means you're starting," the master replied. "But I do not understand." "No need to understand yet. Just keep doing it. One day, the wood will tell you." Day after day, the saw sound remained steady, the sanding smooth and calm. Dung still came, still worked, but in his heart, he still felt nothing special. Until one midday, when the sun beat down like fire, the master set aside the wood. He was working, then said, "Do you hear that sound?" "What sound, master?" "The sound of silence." In that moment, weird as it was, there was nothing. No wind, no birds, no passing footsteps. Only the breaths of the two. Dung realized his hand was paused, mid-motion. His heartbeat slowed, his breathing even. And in that silence, he heard a very subtle sound, wood cracking slightly, as if someone exhaled. The wood just shifted, the master said. It's adapting to the heat. If you hear it, it means you have shared its breath. From that day, Dung began working more slowly. He realized that each piece of wood had its own character. Pine, soft and fragrant, limb wood, hard and solemn, fig wood, sweet, like long summer sun. Each time he sawed, he no longer rushed. He sanded until the wood's surface reflected light like water. Master Lam watched and smiled. Now you are not simply making an object, you are making yourself. One evening, when the village lights went out, and only moonlight slipped through the window slats, Dung still sat sanding a table leg. With each stroke, he felt his breathing sink with his hand's movement. A drop of sweat fell, but his heart was calm. The insects outside the porch became the ambient music for his work. When he finally stopped, he realized 3 hours had passed without noticing. The master stepped out, holding a cup of tea. "What did you see in the wood?" Dung answered, "I do not know anymore. But while sanding, I forgot everything. Hunger, fatigue, even what I was doing. Only the wood and I remained." The master nodded. That is meditation. Autumn came. Yellow leaves fell across the yard. Master Lam grew weaker, yet still came to the workshop each morning. One day, he called Dung over. "The day I die, you must make for me a small wooden box." "For what?" Master Dung asked. "To hold my final breath." Dung froze, not knowing what to say. The master only smiled gently. "Do not be sad. Every carpenter must return to the forest what he borrowed." A few months later, Master Lam did pass away on a morning thick with mist. The workshop stood silent, the familiar smell of wood remaining. Dung sat before his old master's workbench, his hands trembling as he touched tools worn with years. He selected a block of fig wood and began making the box. His hands did not tremble anymore. Each saw stroke. Each breath was slow. In his mind, he heard his master's voice. "Go slow to hear the wood breathe." It took 3 days. The box was finished. He placed it by the master's altar. Opening the lid, it contained only air, but Dung felt inside it the master's last breath and the soft breeze from those mornings long ago. Years passed. Dung became the best carpenter in the village. People came to commission items, but he accepted few. He said, "I do not make objects, I make peace." Whenever asked why he still used his master's old tools, he just smiled, because each saw blade holds a breath, each piece of wood carries a lesson. Replace them, and you lose the voice of years. In the workshop, on the bench, the fig wood box sat. Each morning, he opened it, laid his hand on its lid, as though greeting his master. And each time he did, the breeze in the workshop seemed to change direction, gentle, full even. One day, a new apprentice asked Master, "When I saw the wood cried out too much." Dung smiled, "Because you have not heard your own breath yet. And you, Master, why is the wood so quiet? Because I no longer saw to cut. I saw to listen." The boy stared blankly, not understanding. Dung placed his hand on the wood. Peace closed his eyes, inhaled deeply. In that moment, the entire space seemed to stop. When he opened his eyes, the wood still lay still, but something had shifted, not the wood, but the heart of the man. Late winter afternoon, sunlight streamed through the door, illuminating a cloud of sawdust floating. Dung put down the plane, leaned his back against the wall, listened to wind passing through the boards, leaning on the porch. The wind sounded like his master's laughter from years before. He suddenly realized his whole life he had not just learned woodworking, but learned how to breathe with wood, with earth, with time. When night arrived, he turned off the lights and left only a single candle. Yellow light spread across the tabletop, across the old scratch marks, across the fig wood box. He bowed his head, whispered softly, "Master, I have heard the wood, and in it I have heard myself." The wind blew through the candle, leaned slightly. His shadow stretched long on the wooden wall, wavering, then dissolved into the night. In that space, the saw sound of that day still seemed to echo, not hurried, not stopped, just paced evenly, like the long breath of a life that has become one with each grain of wood, each sliver of dust, each whisper of wind. Story 5. The tree that learned to bow. Morning on the mountainside began with the rustling wind through the rows of fir trees. The tall trunks stood side by side like old men, quietly waiting for the sun. Each tree had its own posture, one stretched straight, like a spear. Another curved gently, as though nodding a greeting. When the wind passed, the whole forest raised its voice, not loud, but like a wooden orchestra humming in the mist. At the forest's edge, there was a young fir named Mach. Its trunk was slender and tall. It was proud, always standing upright, refusing to lean toward any direction. Every day, when the wind blew, Mach tried to hold firm its roots, stretching its leaves, trembling hard. It thought only the weak inclined their heads. I was born to reach the sky. Mach often told the wind, I will stand straight until the end. Not far away, there stood an old fir, bent over, like the back of someone who had weathered many storms. Its roots were gnarled, its leaves sparse, moss growing around its base. The villagers called it Old Fir. Whenever the wind came, the old tree would bow, so the wind passed by as if the tree gave way. Watching that, Mach sneered, You are old and weak. You do not have the strength to stand straight anymore. Old Fir only smiled and said nothing. The wind went past the one, stiff one yielding, making two very different sounds, the sharp hiss of Mach and the gentle whisper of Old Fir. Day by day, Mach grew quickly. Its leaves turned dark green, its trunk straight as a drawn bow. Each time rain arrived, it stood firm water sliding down its trunk like it ran over stone. Old Fir, by contrast, leaned in to catch the rain in leaf grooves, hearing raindrops tick, tack, like someone listening to music. One time, Mach asked Old Tree, Aren't you afraid the wind will break you? Old Fir answered, No. The wind cannot break what knows how to bow. Mach did not understand. It thought the old tree only said that to comfort itself. Then a storm season came. The sky turned dull gray. The wind from the sea rushed up the mountain slope. Mach eagerly faced the storm, thinking, This is the moment to show my strength. It braced its trunk roots, clutching the soil. The wind roared, dust swirled. Mach's branches shook violently. Leaves fell everywhere. In the whirlwind, it still tried to stand straight. Leaf eyes shut tight, trunk groaning like heavy breathing. Beside it, Old Fir bent low, almost touching the ground. Each gust passed over its body. Its leaves were few, so the wind found nothing to hold. The soil at its base was soft and wet, but its roots were deep. While Mach fought, Old Fir only softly exhaled. Go ahead, and then you will understand. The storm lasted 3 days. When the rain stopped and the sun came back, the forest was filled with fallen leaves and broken branches. Mach lay toppled, its trunk cracked, part of its roots lifted from the soil. It had no strength to speak. Only Old Fir still remained, leaning its wet leaves, sparkling under the sun. A light breeze past Old Fir shivered softly, making a long, low sound like an ancient song. A few days later, the villagers entered the forest and found Mach fallen. They propped it upright, tied ropes around its trunk to hold it. Mach looked at Old Fir, feeling both ashamed and bitter. "You already knew, Old Tree. Why did you not say?" Old Fir answered. "I did say. But some lessons must come from the wind." From that moment, Mach grew weaker. With each breeze, however small, it would tremble. It remembered the old tree's words and began to learn how to bow. At first, just slightly, then gradually it relaxed. Strange though it seemed, when it stopped resisting, it felt less pain. The wind passed. Leaves no longer fell. So much trunk no longer cracked. Old Fir said, "See, true strength does not lie in standing straight, but in knowing how to bow when needed." Mach fell silent. For the first time, it felt the wind as cool, not as an enemy. In the next spring rain, a new shoot emerged from the crack in Mach from the previous year. From the wound, life pushed up. Mach saw it, and tears fell onto the ground. It understood that yesterday's pain was the soil for tomorrow. Old Fir said, "To bow is not because you are weak. It is because you know you belong to the earth." From then on, each time the wind came, Mach bowed a little, its leaves trembling like soft laughter. It learned to thank the wind for teaching it gentleness. One afternoon, a pilgrim monk walked through the forest, paused under the two trees. He said to his disciple, "Do you hear the wind through the forest?" "Yes, but I only hear the rustling." The disciple answered. The monk smiled. "That rustle is the earth's and trees' scripture. A tree that knows how to bow is a person who knows how to live." The disciple looked up, saw the old and young fir bowing together in the evening light, two trunks leaning side by side as if two generations greeting the sunset. Time passed. Old Fir grew weaker. One morning, while the mist still lingered, Mach heard a soft crack. The old tree had fallen over, trunk fully leaning toward the earth. Nobody wept. Birds still perched on branches. The wind still sang around its base. Mach spoke quietly. "Old tree, you taught me how to live. Now I learn how to let go." The next day, the villagers came, found Old Fir quietly lying. They did not cut it down, only covered the base with earth. In the rainy season, a tuft of green grass sprouted, and among the grass, several tiny fir seedlings began to grow roots, tiny but strong. Mach realized Old Tree was not gone, it only bowed to sow. Every year, Mach still stood there, now large. Its shade covered a wide patch of forest. Whenever the wind blew, it bowed its branches, touching the younger trees around like an old hand gently stroking a child's head. Villagers passing by often rested in its shade. Someone would ask, "Why is this tree not straight like the others?" An elder would answer, "Because it knows how to bow." One evening, the full moon hung between the trees, light falling onto leaves like silk threads. The night wind returned. Mach bowed slightly, listening to the distant rustle. In that sound, Mach heard the voice of old fir. "You have learned the lesson of the wind." Mach smiled. Its leaves trembled like the reply. "But I am still learning the lesson of the moon." The wind stilled. The moon poured light on the curved trunk. In that bowed form was a steadiness that the straight trees could never possess. A bird landed on a branch and slept safely, unafraid of falling, because the bowed branch had learnt how to hold. Years later, villagers would say that whenever a great storm hit, only that fir still stood. Though bowed, it never broke. The stronger the wind, the deeper its roots. People called it the tree that knows how to bow. Children often played beneath it. The elderly visited to rest. Anyone who passed under would naturally lower their shoulders, feel their heart soften. One day, under a clear sky, with thin clouds drifting, Mach looked up. Among the clouds, he saw a shape like old fir, low bent kind. He smiled and softly said, "Old tree, I understand. Bowing does not make me lose the sky. On the contrary, by bowing, I can finally see the earth." Then he exhaled deeply and slowly, like a breeze passing through the forest. Leaves rustled, branches swayed gently. In the last light of afternoon, the fir leaned a little, as if greeting everything wind-earth clouds, and all who know how to look without judging. On that mountainside, in the silence, one could hear what old fir once said: "True strength does not lie in standing erect, but in knowing how to soften when the wind must pass." And perhaps that is also a lesson for each of us, that sometimes simply bowing a little makes the world around us more gentle. Story 6. The Tea Master's Pause. Early in the morning, when the dew still stretched across the bamboo grove in the garden behind the small monastery, a kettle of water was quietly singing on the charcoal stove. The sound of the water boiling was not rushed, but steady, like the breath of an old person telling a story. The aroma of tea wafted faintly, mingling with the smell of wood smoke and the scent of damp grass after the night rain. The one preparing the tea was the meditation master, Tin, his hair silver, like warm ash, his hands slender, yet steady. Every movement of his washing the cup, rinsing the kettle, scooping water was slow, neither too much nor too little. He often said, "A cup of tea is not for drinking. It is for listening." That day, a young guest visited the monastery. He was a painter, passing through the mountain, stopping to ask for water, and because of the tea scent, he lingered. He sat on a low bamboo chair, watched the master brew tea, curiosity filling his heart. "Master," he asked, "why do you do everything so slowly? The kettle has boiled. Why not pour at once?" The master smiled, "Because the water has not yet known it is hot." The painter was surprised. The master offered no further explanation. He only sat silently, placed his hand near the mouth of the kettle, caught the steam rising, then softly said, "Now it is ready." The water was poured into a clay teapot. The sound of water meeting tea leaves was like rain falling on dry leaves. The small room was filled with aroma. The master poured a cup, placed it before the guest, and then said nothing. He sat still, eyes closed. The painter raised the cup, but before he could drink, the master opened his eyes and said, "Wait." "Until when?" asked the painter. "Until the scent of the tea touches your heart." He bowed, inhaled, but only smelled the usual. A moment passed. A bird cried out in the garden outside. The kettle still simmered. Suddenly, the scent of tea became clearer, warm light, like the aroma of a morning just awakened. He took a sip, tasted the bitterness at the tip of his tongue, which then dissolved into sweetness. "Now the tea knows it is tea," the master said. They sat together in silence. The breeze passed through the bamboo row, leaving behind a sound like breath. The painter asked Master, "Why does something so small, like brewing tea, go so deep?" "Because we often live like water being boiled, without knowing we are boiling. Only when we stay do we know where we are." He looked around. Everything was so simple. A wooden table, a few small cups, light filtering through the bamboo wall. Yet it was precisely that simplicity which calmed his heart. The master stood up, walked to the porch, looked toward the forest. He said, "Tea teaches us 3 things. First, to know how to wait for the water to boil. Second, not to force tea into flavor. And third, when the tea cools down, to accept it is no longer hot." The painter nodded. Each sentence sounded like raindrops falling steadily, soaking into the earth. At noon, clouds gathered. In the small room, the light dimmed. The master stoked the fire, added more charcoal, then turned to ask, "You are a painter, correct?" "Yes, I paint landscapes." "Why do you paint?" He thought for a moment. "To preserve beauty." The master nodded. "If you cannot stop, you will not see beauty. Just like I cannot pour tea while the kettle is still boiling." He finished speaking, then remained silent. At that moment, the crackle of the wood was clearly heard, the smell of wood smoke making his eyes sting slightly. The painter watched him brew another pot of tea. This time, the master said nothing, only repeated each action exactly as before. Each step, each breath was whole. A sparrow flew across the window, leaving a small shadow on the floor. The master paused, not out of surprise, but as though he had awaited that moment. He smiled. "That is the fourth." "What is the fourth, master?" "The tea teaches us 4 things. I have only told 3. The last is to know how to stop when the wind passes by." Late afternoon mist mingled with smoke. The painter sat watching the empty teacup, felt something strange within. He recalled the paintings he had done, bright many colors, many details, all noisy. He had never painted a moment of silence. The master asked, "What do you see in the empty cup?" "Nothing," he replied. "Nothing is good, because in nothing, everything can appear." He looked again. Indeed, the bottom of the cup reflected the evening light like a small drop of water. Everything was present, only we do not look. When night fell, the wind carried the scent of jasmine from the garden. The master lit a lamp, the golden light falling on the bamboo wall. He poured water into the kettle again, but this time did not add tea. "Do you know why?" he asked. "Because you do not want to drink anymore," the painter said. "No, because sometimes we just need water." He placed the cup of water before him. "Try." He drank. No scent, no flavor, but the feeling was clearer than any cup of tea before. The master said, "That is when you have drunk your own flavor." He could not say anything, only sat quietly. Outside, a light rain started to fall. Each drop struck the roof tiles, creating a sound steady as breath. The master brought his hands together in prayer position, eyes half closed. "Listen, the rain is also brewing. Tea with the earth, deep into the night." In the tea room, only the drip of water from the roof remained. The master still sat the painter, half dreaming. He softly said, "Tomorrow, when you leave the monastery, brew a cup of tea for someone. But before you pour, pause one breath. Not because you want to invite them, but because you want to hear the sound of water touching ceramic. He quietly replied, "I will remember." No need to remember. When you truly stop, the tea will brew you. The next morning, the sky was clear. The painter left the monastery carrying the small tea set the master had given him. On the path down the mountain, he stopped by a stream, scooped water, sparked a small fire, brewed tea. When the water boiled, he was about to pour immediately, but then paused exactly one breath. In that pause, he heard the stream, the birds, and his own heartbeat. He smiled. That day's tea, though ordinary, became the best cup he ever drank. Many years later, people say that Painter opened a small tea shop on the hillside. The shop had no signboard, only a paper lantern and a handwritten line. Pause, one breath, then drink. Visitors came, hurried at first, then sat longer. They said the tea there was not better than elsewhere, but it made their hearts calmer. When asked where he learned, he simply said, "At a tea master who never rushed to pour." On the table in the shop, next to the kettle, always sat a small wooden board with a few lines carved, "Do not look for scent in the tea. Look for scent in the silence between sips." One afternoon, when clouds blanketed the sky, he sat alone, poured tea. Suddenly, the jasmine scent from the porch arrived. He placed the cup down, listened. Amid the falling rain, it seemed the master's voice echoed, "When you know how to pause, time stops too." He smiled, closed his eyes, let the warm tea flow down his throat, dissolve into his chest, then turn into a long breath. The tea cooled, but his heart remained warm. Night fell, the shop lights out. Outside, the breeze through the trees sounded exactly like the morning years ago at the monastery. He whispered, "Master, today I did not drink tea. I only listened to the water boil." And in that sound of boiling water, there was the shadow of an old man leaning his head slowly, quietly, like a fragrance of tea, still resting even after the warmth had gone into the air. Story 7. The river remembers afternoon. Came the last light of day, falling in long streaks across the water's surface. The river wound around the village like a silent ribbon of silk. At this season, the water was shallow, revealing round stones like the shoulders of people once, sitting here to rest. The sound of water flowing over those stones was small yet steady, as though someone was sharing a very old story in a whisper. On the bank sat an old man named Nan, repairing his old wooden boat. Every morning, He would row out into the river, cast his net, then simply sit and watch the water flow as if speaking to an old friend. Villagers said he had lived by this river all his life, from childhood until his hair turned silver. He had few friends. Only the river understood him. One day, a young man arrived from afar. He said he wished to learn how to fish, so he sought to apprentice under Nahan. The old man looked at him, smiling kindly. Fish are easy to catch, but water is hard to understand. Are you willing to listen to what the river says? The young man nodded, though he did not quite understand. From that day on, each morning, he accompanied the old man to the river. The master spoke little. He simply sat in the boat, quietly, tying nets, casting them, then waiting, sometimes without catching anything all morning. Yet the old man did not grow upset. Each time the wind blew, he would bow his head and listen as though the river had just spoken something important. One morning, the young man asked Master, "I see the water flows every day, and yet seems to go nowhere. Everything looks the same." Nan looked out into the distance and answered slowly, "The water always goes. Only our eyes do not see. It moves through every breath of wind, every rhythm of leaf, every person who casts their reflection. You think it stands still, but in truth, it remembers. Remembers what remembers those who once touched it." That afternoon, they rowed upstream. Sunlight slanted through, turning the water into countless glimmering pieces. Nan paused his oar and spoke softly. "When I was young, I was like you, eager to know everything. But the more I tried to know, the quieter the water became, until I learned to sit still. Then it began to speak. And what does it tell, Master? That no river is the same twice, just as no person steps into the same river twice. Because the water has changed, and the person has changed." He was silent. The boat drifted slowly. On the water, their shadows spread, touched each other, then faded. One day, a heavy rain fell. The river rose high, muddy, and wild. Dead branches and debris floated. Villagers panicked and stayed indoors. But Nan rowed his boat into the midst of the current. The young man followed, anxious. "Master, it is dangerous. Come back." The master only smiled, his voice strong above the storm. "The river is not angry. It is simply remembering the storms of old." The boat rocked, but the old man remained calm. When they returned, his robe soaked through, yet his eyes shone bright. He said softly, "Today, the river told me the story of a storm." What story? That sometimes to gain peace, one must let the water rise. Because peace is not the absence of motion, but motion that does not carry you away. Years passed. The young man grew accustomed to the rhythm of the river. He learned to watch the water without asking questions, learned to wait without impatience. Whenever he cast his net, he felt clearly the flow under the boat, felt the emptiness, felt the soft pulse, like breath. Once the old man asked, "What do you hear in the water?" The young man answered, "I hear the sound of the water moving, not moving, coming home. Every river returns to the sea, just as every person returns to peace." The old man looked at the river, his hands shaking with age. "I have given many years to this river. Perhaps when I go, I will drift with it." The young man was startled. "Master, do not speak like that." The master only smiled. "I am not saying farewell. I am only saying until we meet again." Then, one morning, he did not come to the landing. Villagers searched. They found only the boat floating slowly in the river, its oar lying across. None was gone, as light as the wind. They buried him on the bank where he used to mend his nets. From then on, people called that stretch the memory bend. The young man was no longer young, but he rode out each day. He sat in the spot where his master once sat, cast nets, then listened. Sometimes he heard the water against the hull, small, yet strangely familiar. In that sound, he felt his master's breath. One evening, in the late light, the river reflected the sky's copper hue. He sat watching the water eyes, following a drifting leaf. He remembered his master's words. Water does not keep the leaf, but remembers the path the leaf once traveled. He lowered his hand, let his fingertips glide through the water. The current was cold, but there was warmth flowing into his palm. He smiled. From that day on, people noticed he no longer cast his nets much. He simply rode out, drifting on the river, as though listening to a wordless melody. Children in the village asked, "Uncle, don't you fish anymore?" He answered, "The fish swim in the river. I swim in stillness." Sometimes he taught them how to cast the net, but before they threw, he always said, "Do not throw to catch, throw to listen." One moon-full night, he sat alone in the river, the water still, the moon bright. The wind carried the scent of grass and mud. He remembered the master, remembered every word, every smile. In the heart of the river, the moon broke into 1,000 glittering pieces, floating with the current like memories. He closed his eyes, let the breeze touch his face, and whispered, "Master, I have heard." The river does not flow away. It is telling the story of time. In the next season, villagers erected a small stone marker on the riverbank, inscribed with, "The river remembers people. People remember the river." Whenever someone sat by the bank silently long enough, they would hear a very faint sound, as though someone was smiling, or the water was retelling the story of those who once came here. And if one listened even more closely, the wind bore an old teaching: do not fear the river's flow, because only when you drift do you know you are alive. The river still flows past the village each day, neither fast nor slow. People come and go, yet the river remembers. The water carries shadows of people, laughter, tears, then returns them to the sky. And in those movements, there is one thing unchanging. Those who know how to listen will hear themselves in the river's voice. Story 8. The Farmer and the Cloud. On a small hill in the valley lived a farmer named Hua. All his life he worked with rice fields, his water buffalo plowing the soil, and the changing seasons of rain and sun. His house sat amid grasslands on all sides, and his west-facing window looked out to where, each afternoon, the sun burned red like ember coal, and clouds drifted, slowly, like people far from home, longing to return. Every morning, he rose early. Before the roosters crowed, he had already built the fire, boiled water, and stepped into the yard to look at the sky. On clear days, he was joyful. On days when dark clouds gathered, he sighed. His neighbors often remarked, "Old Hua has lived his whole life in company with the sky, but the two of them never quite understand each other." One year, a drought lasted. For 3 months, not a single drop of rain fell. The fields cracked, the earth turned white and dry. Hua, each day, looked upward, eyes searching for clouds. When he saw a small cluster drift by, he ran into the yard and clasped his hands. "Please rain down. Just a little is enough." But the clouds passed quietly, as if too busy to hear. The next day, he went out again this time, carrying his tattered hat lifted up, as though it might catch the first drop. But still, nothing came, only the unrelenting sun. That evening, he sat on the porch watching fireflies and said to his wife, "I do not know whether the sky has forgotten me, or I have forgotten how to wait." A few days later, a large cloud mass rolled in. Hua was overjoyed. Set aside his hoe, rushed outside, and stared upward. The cloud hovered long, then vanished. Not a single drop. He was angry. That night, he looked at the sky and spoke loud as to an old acquaintance. You are unfair. When I need you, you hide. When I do not need you, you pour down on me. The night remained silent. No wind, no thunder, only stillness, making him feel small. Early the next morning, a monk walking by the fields spotted him sitting idle beside the crops. The monk asked, "What are you waiting for?" "For rain," Hua answered. "And if the rain does not come, then this season will be lost." The monk smiled kindly. Maybe the rain has not yet arrived. Or maybe you have not gone where the rain will fall. Hua looked at the monk, puzzled. What strange words are those? The monk simply pointed to the sky. The clouds still move. It is you who remain in one place. Those words kept echoing in his mind all day. That afternoon, he resolved to stop waiting. He took the water bucket to the well and drew water watering each plant in the field by hand. His arms trembled, sweat ran, but his heart felt lighter. He discovered that when one begins to act, the heart ceases to blame. 1 month later, the rain finally came. It was not much, but enough to soften the earth. Hua sat on the porch, listening to the rain on the roof. His heart equal parts grateful and ashamed. Looking up, he saw the cloud mass drift slowly overhead, heavy and low, as though bowing. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I blamed you wrongly." In the wind came a sound like faint laughter. From then on, whenever it rained, he did not rejoice too wildly. When it was sunny, he did not resent. He said, "The sky has its work, I have mine. When rain comes, I sow. When sun comes, I harvest. As long as the heart is not dry, that is enough." His neighbors chuckled. "Now you've turned philosopher." He smiled back. "No, I am only learning how to be friends with the clouds." One midday, while plowing, he saw a round cloud drifting high above. It was neither white nor black, merely faint, like a wisp of steam. He stopped and sat on the field edge. The wind passed. He heard something faint, like a breath. "Do you still regard me as someone who grants favor?" He startled, not seeing anyone. "I am the cloud," the voice continued. "I do not grant anything. I simply move. Whether I rain or not depends on fate, and whether the earth becomes dry or moist depends on the heart of the man." He went still. For the first time, he heard the sound of what he had once blamed. From that day on, he greeted the clouds each time. When clouds were white, he smiled. When clouds were dark, he bowed his head. When the sky was clear, he looked up with eyes gentle as a child greeting a distant friend. The next season, his fields did well, not because more rain fell, but because he had learned how to hold the moisture in the heart of the land. He dug small furrows around the edges of his field to catch early morning dew gathering each drop. People asked him, "Why do you do that? Dew is not enough." He answered, "If you know how to gather each drop, the clouds will know how to find you." One day, the old monk returned and found him watering the plants. The monk asked, "Today the sun shines. Are you happy?" "Yes," he said. "The sun helps me dry the straw. And if rain came instead, then I'd sit and drink tea." The monk smiled, looking up at the sky. "Then you have found the place of rain." That year when Hua passed away, his children buried him beside his field. The next season, the rain fell exactly on his anniversary. The clouds massed, then cleared, leaving a bright patch in the sky. The villagers said, "The cloud must remember the old farmer." And from then on, at the corner of his field, grass grew green all year round, whether in drought or damp. Whenever village children passed by, they often pointed skyward. "Look there, that cloud is over. Farmer Hua's field." The adults smiled. Maybe he is still talking with the skies. Time passed, and the tale became legend. In the village, the story of the farmer who once scolded the cloud, then learned how to love the rain, and finally no longer saw which was a favor and which was a test. People retold it, not to talk of fields or weather, but to remind that sometimes what we long for does not arrive because we are looking in the wrong direction. Rain does not hate anyone. Clouds do not favor anyone. Only when our hearts cease complaint does the sky begin to soften. And if one afternoon you walk across those fields, you may see on the pale golden sky a small cloud, neither white nor black, drifting slowly, as though bowing to an old friend, smiling among the green rice fields. Story 9. The Silent Bell. Morning in the little monastery atop the hill always began with the sound of the bell. Its echo traveled down to the houses in the valley, touched rooftops, fell into the well, then dissolved in the thin mist. But this morning, the bell did not ring. The novice Sa rose early as usual and ran out to the courtyard. But when he pulled the bell rope, only a dry, broken sound emerged. The large bronze bell had a long crack. He stood and stared, bewildered, as if he had just shattered something sacred. The abbot came out. His brown robe still carried the scent of incense. Seeing the novice standing motionless, the abbot asked, "What are you hearing?" "Nothing. I hear nothing, Master." The abbot smiled. Hearing nothing is also hearing. He walked over to the bell, placed his hand on the cold bronze. The first sunlight reflected on the crack as a soft line of brightness. "The bell is still here," he said. "It has just changed its voice." All day, the monastery was quiet. No visitors came because there was no bell to call them. Sa felt sad. In the afternoon, he sat beside the bell. The wind slipped through the crack, letting out a faint "ooh." He jumped. Strange, the bell was not mute. It simply sang differently. That evening, during the meal, he asked the abbot, "Master, the bell is broken. Why not have it recast?" The abbot chewed slowly, then answered, "Because sometimes what is broken teaches us to listen more closely than what is intact." Sa did not understand, but he remained silent. At night, he still heard the wind slipping through the bell's fissure like someone breathing. The next day, a visitor arrived at the monastery, a woman wearing mourning cloth. She laid a dry lotus stem on the altar, then bowed her head for a long time. When she stood, she asked Master, "Why is the monastery so quiet? Doesn't your bell ring anymore?" The abbot nodded. "The bell still rings. It is just that people are too busy to hear." The woman smiled sadly. "I used to hear the bell here when my husband was alive. Whenever it rang, I felt a lightness in my heart. Now it is gone, and I feel too empty." The abbot led her to the courtyard, pointed at the cracked bell. "Close your eyes and step nearer." She did so. A soft breeze swept by. From the bell's fissure, a gentle sound arose, not clear, but soft, like a long exhale, mingling with the wind. The abbot whispered, "Sound is not lost. It simply finds another path." The woman began to cry, then wiped her tears and bowed her thanks. Sa watched, then asked Master, "Why do people cry when they hear the wind?" The abbot answered, "Because sometimes what they hear is not the wind, but themselves." From that day on, Sa was no longer sad. Each morning, he went to the courtyard. Without pulling the rope, simply sat beside the bell. When the wind came, the bell chimed so softly that only someone truly still could hear. Over time, villagers down the hill got used to it. People said, "The monastery bell on the hill no longer rings, but when the wind blows, we all feel our hearts lighten." One day, a team of bellcasters visited. They said they would help the monastery replace the bell. Sa was delighted, but the abbot shook his head. "Thank you, but not yet. This bell still teaches what it has not yet finished teaching." "What is that?" The abbot looked into the distance, that not everything that makes a sound must shout. Everything that knows regrets is singing its own way. Years passed. With every season of wind, the sound from the crack would change. In spring, the bell sounded like a little flute. In summer, like a quick breath. In autumn, like a dewdrop falling on a leaf. In winter, like the whisper of ashes in the hearth. Villagers told one another, "The bell is silent, and yet not silent. Listen, and do not listen." One night, a great storm came. Wind whipped through the bamboo grove. Rain pounded. Sa worried the bell would fall, ran out. In the lightning, he saw the bell trembling, rainwater streaming through the crack, producing a deep, dull sound like a distant drum. He held the bell, the water cold on his skin, yet his heart was warm. "Don't be afraid," he whispered as though to a companion. "Though you are cracked, you still sing." Next morning, the sky was clear. Sa saw the bell standing the crack slightly wider. The abbot looked and nodded. The more something is cracked, the easier it is for light to enter. Years later, the abbot passed away. Before his departure, he called Sa and said softly, "When I am gone, remember to ring the bell each morning, not to call people, but to remember silence." "But the bell is broken, Master, broken, all the more reason to hear it." That was the abbot's last saying. On the day of remembrance, light rain fell. So now Abbot Sa went to the courtyard, stood before the old bell. He placed his hand on the cold bronze and closed his eyes. The wind rose. From the crack, a long, soft, clear chime sounded. He folded his hands in prayer and softly said, "Master, I hear you." The sound carried far beyond the forest, beyond the fields, beyond the rooftops of many homes, then vanished into the sky. Early risers down the hill looked up and told one another, "Today the bell of the monastery rings again." From then on, every morning Sa still went to the courtyard. He did not pull the rope. He simply sat. When the wind came, the bell rang. When the wind did not, the heart rang. People called it the bell without a sound, yet those who had become still could hear it clearly. Many years later, Sa grew old. One day, a new novice asked Master, "Why do we keep the cracked bell instead of replacing it?" He smiled, "Because this bell reminds us that silence is a kind of sound. Silence is a sound." Yes. Can you hear your own heartbeat? The novice listened, then nodded. There you go. If you can hear, that you will hear everything, even a bell no longer sounding. One dusk, Abbot Sa sat in the courtyard beside the bell, eyes closed. A gentle wind stirred. The bell barely trembled. He smiled. His breathing slowed. When people found him later, he was gone, light like the wind. That night, the bell chimed for a long time, though no one touched it. Villagers said they heard the sound through the night, flowing through the fields, through the river, into the sleep of all. And so, time passed. The old bell still stood. The crack had widened, and moss grew. Yet every time the wind passed, a small sound still rang. Enough so that anyone who was weary might stop, draw a breath, and remember, silence is not the absence of sound. It is where all sounds find their way home. Travelers passing the monastery often paused, not knowing why their hearts felt light. Some said, maybe the wind is singing. Some said, maybe the bell is ringing. Those who truly listened only smiled. Neither the wind nor the bell. It is the stillness within our own hearts. Story: Tend the candle. Inside night, in the small mountain temple, had no electricity. The only light came from amber candles placed along the corridor. The wind blew through the window crack, the flame leaning gently, flickering, casting on the wall pulses of light like breath. The scent of hot wax and old wood intertwined, producing a strangely cool, gentle fragrance, neither strong nor fading, just quietly staying. In the room at the end of the hall, the meditation master An sat by a small wooden table. In front of him burned a candle, now more than half consumed. The firelight reflected on his face, carved with many wrinkles, making his eyes appear to hold two flames. Beside him, the novice Min sat cross-legged. His hands interlaced his gaze, calm like still water. "Master," the novice asked softly, "if this candle goes out, then where will the darkness be?" The master smiled, without answering immediately. He reached to shield the flame from the breeze, then asked back, "Where do you think the darkness is, outside the candle or inside your heart?" The novice was startled, unable to reply. The master said, "Darkness does not come from something else. It is only the absence of light. Just like suffering does not come from another, but from the place where you forget that you have a candle inside you too." The wind rose again. The flame bobbed strongly, nearly extinguishing. The novice flinched, moved his hand to cover the flame. The master gently stopped him. "Do not cover it. let it lean. When you are too afraid, the light inside you also weakens. The novice lowered his hand, watching the flame trembling. After a moment, the fire steadied itself, calm, as though it had never swayed. "Master," the novice whispered, "I fear when the candle goes out, everything will vanish." The master looked at him, his voice deep as a distant bell. "When the candle goes out, the light is not lost. It only returns to where it came from." As the night deepened, the wind calmed. The insect sound merged with the drip of candle wax. On the table, the golden flame became a small but brighter glow. Master An closed his eyes, spoke as though telling an ancient story. Long ago, a man carried a candle into a dark forest. With each step, the candle lit only a short distance. He walked that way, and thanks to the tiny light, he did not stumble. One day, a strong wind blew, and the candle went out. He panicked, thinking he was lost. But when he stood still, his eyes grew accustomed to the dark, and he saw the moon had risen. The moon lit the forest entirely, no longer needing the candle. From then on, he understood, sometimes, that which we fear losing is only the guide for something greater. The novice. Min fell silent, listening to wind through the corridor. A real moonbeam shone through the small window, touching the wooden floor lightly. The master got up and lifted the candle. The light moved with each of his steps. He stepped onto the porch, lit 2 more candles. "See," he said, "a flame never dims when shared. The more you give, the brighter it becomes." The novice looked at 3 candles, burning side by side. Their fire touched firelight, spreading, dispelling the final dark corner of the room. The master turned and smiled. True light is not the thing that makes everything bright, but the thing that makes your heart no longer fear darkness. On another evening, when the master was away, the novice Min was tasked with lighting the candles for the chanting ceremony. The wind blew hard. Several candles extinguished. He fumbled, relit, one, then another. Then they went out again. At last, in the strong wind, he sighed, thinking, well then, perhaps the Buddha also sleeps early tonight. He sat down, gave up. In that moment, he looked around and realized that though the room was dark, light still filtered in from outside. The bell of wind chimed softly. The dew outside. The porch fell like gentle prayers. He suddenly understood that the light was not gone. It had simply changed place so that man could learn how to see. The next morning, the master asked, "Last night, when the candle went out, what did you do?" "I did not relight it." "Why not?" "Because I felt I could still see the path without the candle. The master smiled, nodded. Then you have found the candle inside you. The novice was surprised. The candle inside me. Yes, the master said. Each of us has a candle. Some let it be blown out by the wind. Others know how to shield it with their breath. Whenever you know stillness, that candle shines again. Time passed. Winter arrived. The mountain wind grew colder and stronger. One night, Master An called the novice Min to the porch, handed him a nearly burnt-out candle. Take this candle to the small temple down in the valley. Light it there. If on the way the wind blows and it goes out, do not worry. Keep your breath steady. When you do not tremble, the flame will return. The novice bowed, accepting it. The road down the mountain was dark, the wind howling, but he walked slowly, step by step. At times, the flame went out. He stopped, covered his hand, waited for the warmth through his fingers. Then the flame returned. When he arrived at the small temple, he placed the candle on the altar, looked at the weak flame reflected on the Buddha statue, and in his heart he felt brighter than ever. The next morning, the sky brightened. Master An sat beneath the Bodhi tree. Sunlight filtered through fresh leaves, casting round spots of light on the ground. The novice Min arrived and told the story of last night. The master smiled. Now you understand why I said go. Because you wanted me to learn to keep the flame. No, because I wanted you to see that you are the one who holds the night bright. The master looked far ahead and added, when you carry the light away, you not only illuminate for others, you illuminate the path you walk yourself. The following spring, Master An passed away. That night, the entire temple glowed with candles. Before the altar, the novice Min knelt silently. He looked at hundreds of flickering flames, remembered the master's final words. If there comes a day when you no longer see the light, do not search outside. Sit down, breathe, and look within. You will find the candle still burning. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. In his mind's eye, the image of the master sitting by his wooden table, light shining on his benign face, remained vivid. A warmth grew from his chest. He opened his eyes and saw the light everywhere, not just from candles, but from each tear, each breath of wind striking his cheek, each heartbeat. Many years later, visitors to the temple still saw on the main altar only one small candle, low burning all night. When asked, why not light more candles to get brighter? Abbot Min smiled. One flame is enough to see the whole night. He pointed at his chest, and this flame, he placed his hand on his heart. If it is bright, you need no other light. Each night, when the wind blew, the candle leaned, cast a shadow on the wood wall. At times, the shadow looked like the old master, leaning his head, slow, silent. Abbot Min often smiled and whispered, "Master, I still light the candle, but now I know the light is not in the flame. It is in the way we look." One cold winter, strong wind, the candle finally went out. The entire temple lay in darkness, achingly, though no one rushed to relight it. Abbot Min sat in the center of the sanctuary, breathing slowly, his heart tranquil. In the darkness, he saw himself still shining, not with sight, but from within the place the master once pointed. From then on, there were no more candles in the temple. When asked, he simply said, "Light does not need wax. It needs presence." And strangely, each night, even without lamps, the temple remained bright, not by visible light, but by the stillness which made people forget darkness. Villagers in the valley told that on nights of thick mist, when passing by the temple, they still saw a faint amber glow from within the sanctuary, though no one had lit a flame. They said it was the candle in the heart of someone who knows how to stop. When you know stillness, light will find its way home. When you know how to illumine darkness, no longer stands opposite you. And when you understand that the true flame is not at the wick's tip, you will realize the light has never left you. Story 11. The Potter's Silence. Morning on the riverside slope was still as always. The water lay flat like a mirror, reflecting thin clouds drifting by. On the bank sat an old potter. By his wheel, his two hands covered in clay, brown and soft, like fresh kneaded bread. With each turn of the wheel, the clay in his hands slowly changed shape from an undefined lump into a vessel that seemed to breathe. Beside him, a young apprentice named Fuk sat quietly, eyes focused. He had been learning to throw pottery for 6 months, but had yet to produce a complete vessel. Sometimes a crack, sometimes a warp, sometimes the neck broke. Today he resolved to make one properly. "Master," he said, "I find pottery so hard. My hands shake. The clay refuses my will. I follow your instructions, but it still warps." The old potter did not lift his head. He spoke softly. "Because you are trying to make a pot instead of listening to the clay." Listening to the clay. Fook repeated, surprised. The master nodded his hands, still turning the wheel. The clay speaks in silence. Whoever is impatient only hears the wheel spinning, not the rhythm of the clay's breath. Fook sat still. The master sat there as though part of the wheel, the breeze, the light on the roof. With each revolution, the clay rose, slid down, then paused in a perfect form. When the master stopped his hands, the vessel appeared complete, as though it had existed in the clay all along, and he was only the one who helped it emerge. Fook asked softly, "Master, how do you know when the clay is ready?" He looked at the boy, smiled, like a person. When the heart is still, the hands will know. By afternoon, the wind had risen. The kiln workshop was silent, only faint sounds of dry clay cracking in molds. Fook sat looking at the row of fired vessels, each one a form, a color. The master sat nearby, pouring tea from an old clay kettle. Smoke rising. "Do you know," he said, "pottery is clay that has passed through fire. Clay that has not entered fire is soft, liable to break. But if it only burns without water, it will crumble. There must be both damp and fire, soft and hard, enduring and letting go. Only then does it become." Fook listened, nodded, but inside he still felt unclear. He asked, "What about the vessels that break?" "They also become," the master replied, just in a different way. "A broken shard may reflect light better than an intact vessel." The next morning, it rained. The sounds of rain fell on the roof in even rhythm. In the workshop, master and apprentice shaped clay together. Rainwater hit the yard, splashed onto the wheel. Fook frowned. "It is raining. The clay is wet. How can I work?" The master smiled. "Then let the clay be wet. When you avoid getting dirty, you lose the chance to understand it." Fook resigned himself, his hands covered in wet clay, spinning the wheel while trembling. Clay splattered his clothes. Slippery, but slowly, he felt something change. His hands stopped resisting. The clay began to move with its circular rhythm. The vessel began to take form. When he stopped, he realized for the first time it was not warped. The master looked and softly nodded. "See, when you stop wanting to win, you begin to shape." Sometime later, Fook became more skilled, yet pride grew in him. Whenever someone praised his work, he would smile proudly. One day, while working, he produced an exceptionally beautiful vessel, slender form, smooth neck, flawless body, When he set it to dry, he exclaimed, "Mine is the best." The master looked at. The vessel said nothing. A few days later, in the firing kiln, the vessel split in two. When it was removed, Phúc was disappointed, his face pale. "Master, why did it crack? I worked so carefully." He spoke gently, "Because the clay remembers whose hands shape it. When your hands are full of pride, the clay has no room to breathe." Phúc fell silent. The master continued, "The clay does not want to be beautiful. It only wants to be itself. Pottery holds only when the maker forgets who he is." From then on, Phúc worked slower, spoke less. Whenever the wheel spun, he inhaled deeply, letting his breath align with the rotation. One day at sunset, he stopped. His hands observed a freshly thrown vessel, not perfect, not even, but soft and warm. For the first time, he felt in his heart the same calm as the clay. The master stood beside him, softly said, "There you have done it. Why, master? Because you stopped trying." A year later, the master grew weak, seldom came to the workshop. He sat on the porch, listening to the wheel and the clay striking the apprentice's hands. One afternoon, he summoned Phúc, handed him a small broken shard, brown cracked, like ancient earth. "Keep this," he said. "It is the first pot I ever made long broken." Why keep it? Because it teaches silence. Silence. Yes. When I fail, if I stay quiet, the clay will tell me why. But if I make noise, all I hear is my own complaints. Phúc nodded, an indescribable emotion stirring in his chest. A few months later, the master passed away. Only Phúc remained at the workshop. He sat alone at the wheel, stared at the shard the master left, then placed his hand on the clay. When the wheel started, he heard as though an old voice echoed, "Slow down, do not force. Let the clay breathe." He followed the words. The clay rose in his hands, soft as a drop of water. When he stopped, a new vessel emerged. He gently touched it, smiled, said nothing. Years later, people called Phúc the potter, who shapes with his breath. Each vessel he made carried a sense of calm. Whoever held one felt as though touching still water. When asked his secret, he simply said, "I do nothing. I only listen." One day, a young apprentice asked Master, "Why does my clay always crack?" Phúc smiled and answered, "Because you are trying to become the master. And what should I do? Be like the clay, humble, still, and ready to change shape." On the final afternoon of his life, the sky was filled with clouds. In the workshop, the wheel still sat, clay, still soft. He placed his hand on the mound, but did not move. He only sat, breathing slowly. One long exhale, light like steam from tea. When people entered, he was gone, his hand still resting on the clay, his face serene. They fired the kiln, and from that final mound of clay he touched, they discovered a vessel, unfinished, body gently curved, rim not yet refined, but the light reflected from it like the moon on water. Years passed. That vessel still rested in the old workshop, unglazed, ungilded. Anyone who visited touched it and sensed the same truth. The vessel was silent, yet it seemed to breathe. Clay needs no words. Wind needs no sound. All we need is someone still enough to listen. Then the clay, the wind, the whole life speak. Story 12. The Lantern Maker. In the small alley leading down to the river quay stood an old house with gray tile roof and a bougainvillea vine draped over the porch. There lived an old man who made lanterns. People called him Mr. Bach Lantern. No one knew his real name. Every full moon night, when the old town lit up, people would see him sitting in his workshop, surrounded by bamboo frames, dozo paper, and the pale gold glow of an oil lamp. His hands trembled, yet each movement was slow and sure, as though he were writing a prayer with his breath. One afternoon, the air turned crisp. The river wind blew in, carrying the damp scent of old wood and earth. Mr. Bach sat dusting a bamboo lantern frame and tying the pieces with thin rattan. Outside, a little girl named Lynn, his neighbor, who often came to play, stood at the door, her eyes bright. Today, she asked Grandpa, "Why do your lanterns look different from everyone else's?" Others make big, colorful lanterns. Yours only glow yellow. He smiled, his voice soft and deep. Because my lanterns are not for looking at, but for remembering. Remember what she asked. That light does not need many colors to be enough, only enough so you can find your way home. That evening, Mr. Bach finished a small lantern just the size of a hand. He did not sell it, but hung it in the porch. When the river breeze blew, the glow trembled gently, casting thin golden streaks across the yard like hair. The girl sat watching and said, "It is so weak, Grandpa. If the wind is strong, it will surely go out." He replied, "A weak lamp meets a gentle wind. A strong wind teaches the lamp how to lean. As long as it does not go out, inside, any breeze can pass. day by day, the girl visited. Each time she came, he told her another story of light. Once, he spoke of the first lantern he ever made when he was young. Back then, he was a traveling trader, sailing from one quay to another. One night, on the river, he was caught in a storm. The boat overturned. He swam ashore, holding tight to a lantern he hadn't delivered. That little light kept him from panicking in the darkness. Since then, he gave up the trade and returned home and only made lanterns as his way of repaying the light. The following moon season, the old town was lively. People came to buy his lanterns. They said that although his lanterns were small, they burned a long time and did not go out even with wind. When asked his secret, he would only smile. "I do not make lanterns for brightness. I make them for peace. When people are calm, the light knows how to live long." One evening, Lin visited. He was sitting on the porch, the small lantern before him. She saw he was not working, only watching the lantern. "Grandpa, why are you not making more?" He shook his head gently. "My hands are tired now. Just watching is enough." "What can watching alone do?" she asked. He smiled and pointed to the lantern flickering. "When you watch long enough, you will see that inside the light, there is also darkness. And when you begin to care for the darkness, you will understand why the lantern was born." The girl did not understand yet, but was silent. Inside her, something warm stirred like a small flame, just lit without a name. A few months later, he fell ill. Neighbors urged him to rest, but he insisted on making one last lantern. One night, Lin visited and found him sitting quietly, his hands shaking as he cut the paper. She worried, "Grandpa, rest now. I'll help tomorrow." He smiled. "This one is not to hang, nor to sell." "For what then?" she asked. He whispered, "To light the path. I will continue on." On the full moon of the 8th lunar month that year, he passed away. On the table, the unfinished lantern remained. People buried him by the riverbank among the bamboo where he once worked. That night, there was no wind, but the moon was so bright, the river reflected it like a mirror. Lin placed the last golden lantern beside his grave, lit it, and whispered, "Grandpa, I light this so you can find your way home." The next year, Lin, grown up, learned his craft. She found the old bamboo frames and leftover dozo paper. At first, her hands were clumsy. Paper tore frames. Warped, the light went out quickly. But each time she failed, she remembered his words. "When the lamp is weak, the wind is gentle. When wind is strong, the lamp learns to lean. She remade it slowly and gradually realized each failure taught her a bit more how to keep the flame alive. When the first lantern she made burned the whole night without going out, she wept, not from joy, but because she recognized that flame as the one the old man left behind, not in things, but in the peace in one's heart. That moon season, she opened a little shop by the river, hanging lanterns like his. Passers-by paused, each saying, "This light is so familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere before." She only smiled. Inside her, that flame still glowed, not fueled by oil, but by memory. An old man visiting asked, "Did you learn lantern making from someone?" She answered, "From a teacher who taught me that true light does not come from the candle, but from the hand that knows how to hold the wind." On the final night of the year, light rain fell. Lynn sat in her little shop among the silent lanterns. Each one looked like a small living being, breathing with its own rhythm. She gently touched a sheet of golden paper, smelled the oil absorbing, heard the rain tapping the roof. Outside, the river still flowed, the lanterns reflected into glimmering lights floating along the water. She looked and remembered him, then softly said, "That light never truly went out. It simply continues with the river." Years later, people no longer remembered Mr. Bach, but on full moon nights, the golden lanterns still floated on the river. The villagers called them the lights that know how to listen to the wind. The children, when they released their lanterns, would press their hands together, not wishing for wealth or fame, only saying, "Please make my lantern not go out." And the lantern drifted light as a breath. A visiting monk looked at the dancing lights and softly chanted, "It is strange there are lamps that need no one to light them, for they are born from the heart of someone who is still. True light is not for seeing. It is to remind us we were once in darkness. A lantern is not for looking at, but to know in the night there remains a gentle place waiting." Night wind came. The river stirred. The lanterns on the quay swayed. No one feared they would go out, because they knew the light is not in the paper, not in the oil, but in the hearts of those who once saw it. And somewhere in the sound of the wind, there was a quiet laugh, like a voice saying, "When the lamp is weak, the wind is gentle. When the wind is strong, the lamp learns to lean." Story 13. The Empty Room. Morning at the little hermitage began with a slender ray of sun piercing the paper frame window. Dust motes appeared in that beam of light, like a school of fish swimming in a still pond. Hung the novice, who had only been on the mountain a few months, carried a broom along the corridor, stopped in front of a long, empty room. The wooden door creaked when he opened it. The smell of dampness, old bamboo, and a faint incense from seasons past mingled together. The room held nothing but a straw mat, a low wooden shelf, and 4 walls coated with a thin layer of dust. Hung cleared his throat. Empty room, yet heavy, somehow, he muttered, set down the broom, rolled up his sleeve. He began sweeping, starting from the farthest corner and moving toward the door. With each stroke of the broom, a cloud of dust rose, spinning in the light. He coughed and spluttered, but kept sweeping. On the shelf was a cracked bowl, an old handbell, and a yellow-stained paper fold. He did not open it. He only wiped it clean and placed it neatly. He felt something in the room, both warm and distant, as though the breath of someone gone still lingered. After the first round of sweeping, the floor still looked dirty. He swept again, then again. The dust remained thin as mist. Why does it never get clean? He grumbled, sweeping while clenching his teeth. The abbot came by the porch, paused at the door, watched Hung for a long moment, and asked quietly, "What are you cleaning?" Hung replied immediately, "Cleaning the empty room, Master." The abbot nodded. Empty room. Then he walked in with staff in hand, lifted the handbell, and gave it a gentle blow. A halo of dust drifted out, shimmering in the sunlight, like a tiny rainfall. Even emptiness has dust, he said, his eyes kind. But the dust of emptiness is not its enemy. It only reminds us someone was here. Hung bowed his head. I want it clean, so it will remind nothing. The abbot touched the rough wall with his finger. Clean is good. But if you clean to forget, you will sweep all your life. Dust does not fear the broom. Dust fears the wind. Hung frowned, not quite understanding. The abbot struck the handbell lightly. The sound did not ring loud. It sank into the room like a drop of water into parched earth. Sweep away, he said, but remember to open the door. Hung flung open the window. Mountain wind rushed in, bringing the scent of pine and wakening warm soil. Dust on the floor, soared drifting out like a flock of released birds. Hung watched his heart, lightening slightly. But soon, another fine layer of dust fell on the rag. He sighed. I opened the door. Yet it is still dirty. The abbot cleared his throat lightly, smiling. Dirty is not only the floor. Then he left, and his words landed like a leaf falling silently, leaving ripples in Hung's mind. That day, Hung spent all the afternoon cleaning the room. He wiped each lattice, scrubbed every stain on the floor, washed the cracked bowl, set the old bell back. At midday, when the sun rose high, the room suddenly brightened like a well newly drawn full of water. Hung sat down on the mat and exhaled. It is clean. He closed his eyes for a moment, smelled the dry bamboo faint. But when he opened his eyes, he saw a fine layer of dust on the shelf. Frustrated, he swept again, wiped again. His arms ached. His back burned sweat, and dust made streaks on his skin. The abbot passed by again and asked, "Are you tired?" "Yes, master, but it is not yet cleaned." Cleaning an empty room is tiring. It is empty, but not empty, master. The abbot smiled. "So you are beginning to see." That night, Hung lay in bed, but still saw the dust rising in the sunshine. Each time he closed his eyes, those tiny motes emerged swirling. He thought of tomorrow, the corners of the wall, the damp windowsill, the folded, yellow-stained paper. "Must be clean," he whispered to himself. "Must be clean." In his dream, he saw himself chasing a cloud of dust around the room, sweeping faster and faster, the dust thicker, the more he swept. In the morning, his eyes burned his throat dry, and he picked up the broom again. On the third day, Hung resolved to clean it for real. He removed everything from the room, dragged the mat out to dry, took a damp cloth, and wiped from the ceiling down to the floor. Each stroke of the cloth felt like a deep exhalation. On the shelf, only the yellow-stained paper remained. Hung sat down, hesitated, then opened it. Just 4 carefully written characters. Empty room, full heart. Underneath, in faint script, cleaning the room. Do not forget to clean the person doing the cleaning. Hung dropped the paper as though struck by a bell. "Clean the cleaner," he murmured. He looked at his dusty hands, his shallow breaths, the musts crowding his mind. All morning to evening, he had remembered, must be clean, must be done, must be in time. The more empty the room, the more crowded his head. He suddenly understood a little of what the master said. Dirty is not only on the floor. In the afternoon, the abbot came again. Hung folded his hands. "Master, I opened the old paper I saw." The abbot nodded. "Yes, I know that paper. The person who sat in this room before you wrote it, then intentionally left dust. Left dust. To let those who come after know that dust always returns. Not to surrender, but to not imagine you will beat it with a broom. The abbot stepped in, sat on the mat, placed the handbell in his palm, and asked, "Do you hear anything in this bell?" Hung said, "No, when I do not strike it. But the sound is still inside it. It is just not started. Dust is the same, always in the air, in the light, in the breath. Your task is not to erase it everywhere all the time, but to learn to live with it without panic." Hung remained still. The master said, "Tomorrow do not sweep. Just sit in the empty room, open the door, sit and breathe. But it will get dirty. Let it." On the fourth day, Hung did as instructed. He opened the door, sat cross-legged in the room, his back straight, but not rigid, hands resting on his knees. Sunlight poured in and formed a golden carpet on the wooden floor. Dust rose, glimmered, then sank like snowflakes melting. The wind brought the scent of pine resin, warm earth days of drying. He heard the rustling leaves, insects chirping, cloth shifting, as he adjusted his posture. Then everything softened until only his breath remained. Inhaling, he felt his abdomen swell like a small drum. Exhaling it, flattened the dust. In the light, exhaled with him. His mind began to list. In the afternoon, fetch water in the evening, tend the hearth, tomorrow the garden. Hung smiled as the teacher told, "See, it let it go." The thought dropped away, and another arrived. Must, must, must. He simply observed, and then let it go. About an hour later, Hung stood up. The room still had dust, of course, but he was no longer frustrated. The dust was there. The wind was there. The sun was there. And so was he. Everything coexisted without pressing against each other. In the evening, he only swept lightly, as though greeting an old friend. At night, he slept well, dreaming of a breeze moving through the room, carrying wisps of sunlight. On the fifth day, Hung cleaned the wooden shelf. He placed the cracked bowl in the center, the handbell to the right, the yellow-stained paper to the left. He decided not to take the paper away, to leave it there as a silent promise. Clean the cleaner. Before leaving the room, he paused at the doorway and bowed. He did not know whether he was bowing to dust, to wind, or to himself, but he bowed to remember. The next day, a sudden storm arrived. Wind howled through the pine grove, rain lashed the tile roof. Hung remembered the empty room and ran there. He found the window open and rainwater flooding the floor. He hurriedly closed the window, wiped the floor, placed the handbell further in. During the downpour, the room trembled. Hung sat down and breathed. When the rain stopped, a shaft of sunlight broke through and poured into the room in a bold strip of gold, like honey. In that beam, The dust stood still a long moment, as if caught for a photograph. Hung laughed aloud, suddenly, realizing some moments dust also wants to pause and listen. Late in the afternoon, the teacher arrived again. Hung told everything. The teacher listened attentively without a word. Finally, the teacher said, "You are studying, while someone before has already studied an empty room. Is not a room that has nothing, but a room that nothing occupies, so as to fill the place of everything else. When you place an object in its proper place, you also place a part of yourself in your proper place." Hung asked, "And the part that is not in the proper place?" "Then the dust will show. Wherever the dust is thickest, that is the place you have not breathed into yet." A week later, a traveling guest arrived at the temple and asked to stay overnight. The teacher told Hung to prepare the empty room for the guest. Hung hesitated for a moment. He was used to the quiet in that room, but remembering placing down, he nodded. He laid out a mat, placed a water jar, lit a short incense stick. That night, the wind was gentle, the moon thin. The guest slept peacefully. In the morning, he stood at the doorway and said to Hung, "Thank you. This room has nothing. Yet I slept as I never had before." Hung bowed. "Yes, sir, because it did not force you to sleep." The guest smiled. "Yes, because it let me be here." Hung smiled inwardly. The room taught him, and now the room was teaching someone else. From then on, people came and went in that empty room. When no one was there, Hung opened the door and let the wind pass through. When someone was there, he simply swept lightly, placed the water jar a bowl, and remained silent. Gradually, he no longer loved the room as a possession, but as a friend, sometimes meeting, sometimes parting. But each time they met, both were a little more peaceful. In the autumn, leaves on the mountain slope were yellow and thin. The dust in the room was also yellow, as though mixed with the light of leaves. One afternoon, Hung found a small, unlocked box behind the wooden shelf. He opened it. Inside was a faded photograph, a young monk sitting in that room in front of him. The handbell in his hand, a piece of yellowed paper. Surely the one who wrote, "Empty room, full heart." On the back of the photograph was another line. "Dust reminds you, do not drive away memory. Wind reminds you to let go. Do not hold on to empty fame." Hung put the photograph away, did not show it to anyone, only lit a short stick of incense, then sat, like the person in the photo, felt his two hands warm slowly. That night, Hung sat longer than usual. Outside the porch, bamboos rubbed against each other, producing a familiar sound like background music. On the opposite wall, the moonlight drew another window, a window of light. Hung looked into that window, saw his shadow sitting, saw the dust moving slowly, saw his breath slow, saw in his heart. Another empty room opening. He understood the room that really needed cleaning lay here. He placed his hand on his chest, inhaled, exhaled. Each breath was like a gentle stroke of a broom. The must, the get to the finished, suddenly went silent, like children lullabied to sleep. The next morning, the teacher asked, "How is the empty room?" Hung replied, "Sir, the room is still dusty." The teacher laughed. Good, sir. Yes, because you no longer want it to be other than it is." The teacher stepped a few paces, stopped, added, "Tomorrow I will tell you to clean the storeroom." Hung's eyes opened wide. The storeroom full of things. All the more reason to clean it. But remember, do not clean the storeroom as you clean the room. The storeroom is a place of remembrance. The room is a place of forgetting. Cleaning remembrance is different from cleaning forgetting. The teacher's words were like a new lesson placed on the table, unopened, yet fragrant. At the end of winter, the wind turned sharper, the dust also sharper. On a strong, windy afternoon, the door of the empty room banged on the wall. The hinge stuck. Hung ran over, fixed it, his hand touching the cold wood. He suddenly saw the room as an old, living being. Joints creaking back, bent eyes, dim, yet still smiling. He placed his hand on the door frame as if comforting it. "Thank you," he said very softly, not knowing whom to thank. The room, the dust, the wind, the broom, the person who had written those 4 letters on the paper, but that word of thanks left his lips and then dissolved into the air like smoke. And yet its scent remained. Many years later, people asked Hung by then, a young monk, why guests to the temple often asked for the empty room. Hung simply replied, "Because in there they are not asked for anything at all. Is there any secret? Open the door. Just that. Just that. Open the door, and do not try to keep anyone from leaving the dust, the wind, yourself." The questioner laughed. Empty room, full heart. Hung also smiled. Full heart, empty room. When the old abbot grew weak, he called Hung to that room. The two sat on the mat silent for a long time. The abbot said quietly, "I will leave you remain. Do not change this room much. Repair the hinge, mend the crack in the wall, but keep the door open. Whoever comes, let them come. Whoever goes, let them go. Your work is in between, like the wind passing through, and taking nothing. Hung bowed his eyes, stinging. The abbot placed the handbell in Hung's hand. The sound of the bell is within. Then he stood up, left the room, first light as a speck of dust. The next season, Hung lit a short incense stick on the wooden shelf, opened the window, sat, and breathed. In the sunlight, the dust still drifted, slow and beautiful. A new novice stood hesitantly at the door. "Master, may I sweep?" Hung smiled, nodded. "Go ahead, but open the door first." The novice opened the door, took the broom, swept a few strokes. The dust rose, the novice coughed, eyes watering, brows furrowing. Hung said, "Stop for a moment, sit down, and breathe." The novice obeyed, sat, breathed, and a little later swept again, the motion, more natural, slower. Hung watched, saw his younger self sweeping in that small body, and also saw a new breeze, learning how to pass through the old room. And the empty room remained there like a bottomless well. Anyone who looked into it saw their own sky. Some days, the room was crowded. Some nights held only dust and moon. Some days, the wind brought the smell of the kitchen, the smell of rain, the smell of someone's robe. Other days, only the faint smell of old bamboo. But any time, if one stood at the threshold and took a long breath, one could hear a silent sentence: "Clean the room, and remember to clean the one who cleans." And when someone remembers to clean the one who cleans the room, becomes truly clean, not because there is no dust, but because there is plenty of wind. Story 14. The Fisherman's Quiet Dawn. The night still clung like a thin layer of salt on the shore when old Tong woke up. In the wooden house, right by the sea, everything was simple. A kerosene lamp, a rope hanging on the wall, a faded raincoat, and a fishing net patched many times over each knot, recording past windy seasons. He put on his coat, gently opened the door. The chill from offshore crept in, bringing the scent of seaweed, broken shell fragments, and the memory of a night gone by, but whose breath still lingered. The sky in the east was no longer black. It was a gray-blue hue, like the back of a fish that has just surfaced, then submerged again. Tong carefully pushed the bamboo boat off the shore. The wooden rollers on the sand creaked, squeaked like an old song. The sea water touched the edge of the boat, withdrew, touched again, like a child reaching for an adult's hand. He paused, did not immediately launch the boat. He looked toward the horizon. There, a thin strand of light, like a hair, being stretched, slowly pulling the sky away from the sea. He always did this. Each morning, stood still for a few minutes, doing nothing, simply listening to the sea call in its wordless language. He called that the opening silence. Some people said he was slow. In this village, boats usually went out when dawn was still cold. The one who came late lost the fishing ground. But Tong was beyond competing. He said the sea was not a market. Going first did not guarantee more. What mattered was knowing when to row and when to sit still for the tide to pass through one's heart. Today, a boy came to help him push the boat. His name was Vin. Just 14, sand sticking to his legs, his eyes bright and hot, like two pieces of coal. Vin pushed with the pole and urged Old Man, "Let's go, or they will get the fish school." Tong did not turn his head, still gazing east. "Wait a little bit. The sea is breathing. Let us not interrupt." The boy frowned, but quieted. Suddenly, on the horizon, a thin orange streak flashed, like someone drawing a line on wet paper. Both stood still. Vin heard the waves change, no longer uniform strokes, but a sound opening up, gentle and distant, like someone pulling aside a curtain, so the light slips in. Tong nodded. "All right, row now." The boat drifted out, cutting through water, smooth as a mirror. The seabirds, still sleeping late, landed on the marker poles. Their white feathers turned pale pink when the new day's light touched them. Tong rowed slowly. The oar entered the water without much splash. Each droplet parted and closed behind the boat like a stitched seam. Vin sat at the bow, holding the coiled net, eagerly watching the small ripples appear, guessing fish. Over there, Old Man, the fish are feeding. Tong just smiled. Not yet. The water is just talking to the wind. Farther from shore, the water changed color. Dark blue beneath olive green on top, shimmering silver, where the sunlight began to reach. Tong stopped rowing, letting the waves lift the boat. He closed his eyes. Vin fidgeted. "Are you sleeping?" "No. I am just listening." "Listening to what?" "Listening to see whether today the sea wants to tell the story of the wind or the story of the fish." The boy laughed. "The sea can tell stories." "It can. If you listen long enough, you will know." Every morning, the sea tells a different story. Some days, it is the story of a stone that had to lie still for 1,000 years to become round. Some days, it is the story of a turtle that got lost but still found a sandy beach. Some days, it is the story of a storm arriving late, so people learn to wait. On the days the sea is tired, it is quiet. That is a story too. Vin sat quietly. For the first time, he did not urge. He heard the waves, hitting the boat's side in rhythmic beats, like someone gently tapping a palm. In the distance, another boat was pulling its net. The voices from it carried faintly like smoke. High above, thin clouds drifted westward, leaving a clear patch of sky for the rising sun. Tong opened his eyes. Now then, drop the net. They lowered the net. Its wet mesh made their hands cold, but that sensation strangely made Vin alert. Every time the net brushed the water, he felt the weight of water of the night wind that remained of the invisible things passing through the knots. After dropping it, Tong did not pull immediately. He placed the pole upright, tied the boat, poured a sip of warm water from a wooden flask, handed it to Vin drink. Then watch. Watch the sun rise. The sun rises every day. Yes, but each time it rises, our hearts are not the same. The two sat facing east. The thin orange line became a silk ribbon, then a golden bowl mouth, then a half coin. The first light touched their eyes, not harsh, but clear, like a distant bell. The water droplets along the boat's side glowed at once. Every contour of the world seemed sharper. The crab's whiskers on the rope, the small crack on Tong's hand, the tiny salt crystals on Vin's shirt edge. Tong said, "This is when I take nothing from the sea. I just greet it." Vin whispered, "I greet too." Then both were silent for a long while. When the sun rose above the waterline, Tong stood, pulled the net. Vin hurried to help. The net was heavy, though not too heavy, but enough that they had to coordinate each movement. The fish caught in the net glimmered like silver letters. Vin gave a small cheer, his eyes brighter than the sky. Tong smiled. Enough to eat. Vin asked, "If today is not enough, then what?" "Then eat less. Tomorrow we cast again. And if it is too much, then share." "With whom?" "With those who do not have a boat." Vin nodded firmly. Tong placed his hand on Vin's. "Remember this. The sea gives plenty. Do not take from tomorrow." By noon, the sun climbed high, the wind shifted. The streaks of light on the water became golden blades, slicing horizontally and vertically across the sea's surface. Tong pulled the pole. The boat turned its bow toward shore. Vin watched the long sand stretch come into view. Asked Old Man, "Why do you always wait a moment before returning?" "To say thank you." From this point on, the boat bears the shore waves. Easy to get careless, saying thank you to avoid being complacent. The boat approached the shore smoothly. they hauled it up, emptied the fish into a bamboo basket. A few elderly women, shopping early, stopped by to buy. Vin learned how to weigh, how to pick, how to leave the small ones, and release them back to the sea. Tong instructed, "Small fish is tomorrow's." In the afternoon, the wind died down. Old Tong sat in front of the door, mending the net. Vin sat beside him, learning to tie knots. Each knot was a breath. Tie wrong, undo, tie again, calmly. In that moment of stillness, the sounds of the village around came back, the cleaver chopping on the cutting board, the dog barking in the distance, the children laughing. Tong said, "Do you see, when we are quiet, the village appears more clearly?" Vin smiled. "I only feel hungry." Tong laughed, handed him a roasted corn cake. "Eat. Then, tomorrow, get up a little earlier." "For what?" "So we will not need to rush." Night. The sea breathed steadily. Tong blew out the lamp. He lay listening to the wind through the thatched roof, recalling the mornings when, like Vin, he was young, hurried, eager, wanting to row ahead of everyone. Then, one year, the storm came. He went out too early, did not look at the sky. The wind changed direction. Suddenly, the boat capsized. A friend, who did not come back. Since then, Tong began to pause. Every morning, stand still for a few minutes. Greet the sea. Ask it, "How are you today?" Some days, the sea is deeply silent, like a person sleeping early. On those days, Tong just sat by the shore and mended the net. Some days, the sea is restless. He only rows nearby. Some days, the sea spreads its arms wide. He goes out a little farther. The sea teaches without words. He thought only those who are still can read it. The next morning, Vin arrived early as promised. The sky still full of stars, the village sleeping, only the sound of waves. Tong and Vin pushed the boat out. This time, no one hurried the other. They stood at the water's edge, listened a moment, then pushed. Out at sea, Tong said, "Today, do not cast the net right away. Sit. Sit for what? To listen." Vin laughed, but complied. The two released their legs so they did not touch the boat's bottom, letting their bodies drift gently with the wave pulses. The eastern sky opened again. When the light rose together, they cast the net in unison, like a ritual long learned. By mid-morning, the wind suddenly shifted. The water's surface creased small folds, like fingerprints appeared. Further away, the sky's edge grew dark, the sign of rain. Tong frowned. Vin asked Old Man Pull the net. Head to shore. But there are still fish. fish remain. People might not. Both pulled the net together. A few fish remained, caught their silver scales, flicking up like shouts. Tong did not grab more, just kept the rhythm of the pull. No chaos, no greed. They reached shore just in time, and the rain poured. The raindrops, large as pebbles, hit the thatched roof in a torrent. Vin crouched under the roof, shivering from wet and worry. Tong placed his hand on his shoulder. See? Because we delayed a little, we still have time to listen to the rain. The rain cleared as quickly as it came. On the sea's surface, the circles remained layered and then vanished. The air after the rain was astonishingly clear. Everything seemed cleansed. The birds' calls sharper, the seaweed smell fresher, and the old fisherman looked younger by a wrinkle. Vin looked at the soaked but safe boat, sighed. If we had pushed on a little further, then we would have lost lives a little further. Tong smiled gently. The sea does not take lives for fish. The sea takes lives for haste. In the days that followed, the opening silence became Vin's habit. He no longer rushed, no longer counted the number of boats that left before him. He learned to read the clouds. Banana-shaped clouds meant southern winds, stretched clouds meant clear skies. Cotton clouds, rising high, meant waves. He learned to listen to the waves, short and fast. Waves meant shallow water. Long and rolling waves meant deep. He learned to smell the wind. The scent of old seaweed meant the current was changing. Each small piece of knowledge did not come from books, but from minutes spent sitting quietly with the old man. Some days, they did not catch many fish. Yet the two returned home with an indescribable feeling, as if someone had quietly filled their lungs with something transparent. One early morning, they came upon a boat overturned from carrying too much weight. Tong and Vin rowed over and pulled the man aboard. He was gasping, face pale, but his hand still clutched a bag of fish. Tong pried open his hand, the bag dropped, and the fish spilled into the water, flashing once before vanishing. The man screamed. "That was mine," Tong replied. "That was the sea's." A while later, when he calmed down, the man cried, not because of the lost fish, but thinking of the child waiting at home. Tong handed him a piece of dry bread and said, "Fish in the sea go in circles. A person can make one round and still return. You lost today, you will make up another day. But if we lost you, who could be made up tomorrow?" The man nodded, tears and seawater mixing on his face. That night, Vin asked Old Man, Why do you rarely seem too happy or too sad? Because I have been very happy and very sad. Then realized those two things are like waves. They rise and they fall. I prefer a breeze just strong enough for the boat to move. But sometimes I feel like there's a storm inside me. Then let it pass. Do not row into the middle of it. Stay near shore. Light a lamp to remind yourself that you are still shining. When it calms, go back out. How do I know when it has calmed? When you sit still and can hear the sound of your own breath. The season of the northeast monsoon arrived. The winds from the north brought dry cold that sharpened the edge of the waves. Old Tong coughed more, but he did not give up the sea. He only went near and stayed longer at the water's edge before heading home. One morning, he handed Vin an old knife with a dull tip and a polished wooden handle. Keep this, not for cutting fish, but to cut the net when it gets tangled on rocks. Remember, some things must be cut to save what matters more. What matters more? Your breath. A few weeks later, the old man's illness worsened. One dawn, he could not get to the boat. Vin decided to go out alone. He did exactly as Tong had taught, stood still at the edge of the water, gave a greeting, then went out. He sat and listened longer than usual. That day, the sea was quiet, as if holding a secret. Vin cast the net, did not rush to pull. As the sun rose, he brought his hands together and whispered, "Old man." When he pulled the net, there were not many fish, but he was not disappointed. Returning to shore, he ran to the old man's house. Tong was lying down, eyes bright, breathing, labored. Vin placed his hand on the dry net. I did it. Yes. I waited. I listened. Yes, I greeted the sea. Tong smiled. Yes. That evening, the old man passed light as a boat pushed off the sandy shore. The village held a simple ceremony. That day, the sea was a shade of blue, so still, it took one's breath away. Vin stood in front of the door for a long time, holding the knife with the worn handle, listening to something in the air that sounded like the soft splash of an oar from far away. From that day on, mornings in the fishing village still had early risers, latecomers, the rushed, and the unhurried. Vin launched his boat, but never hastily. He stood where Tong once stood, held the opening silence. He taught the village kids how to tie knots, how to read clouds, how to count breaths while waiting on the net. One kid grumbled, "When do we actually fish?" "Right now." Vin said, "We are fishing for patience." One particularly special dawn had no clouds. The horizon drew a clean slash between two shades of blue. Vin took a talkative little boy named Dao out to sea. Dao was full of questions, curious, chattering non-stop. Vin said, "Sit. Listen." The boy fidgeted, then tired, then finally sat still. Then suddenly whispered, "I hear something like grains of sand rolling." Correct. That is the sound of the sun opening its eyes. Dao gaped. The sun has eyes. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. What matters is whether you have eyes to see what has none. As the sun rose, Vin saw something strange in the golden light. The silhouette of old Tong seemed to sit at the boat's bow, back slightly hunched, hands on knees, eyes squinting against the light, a gentle smile on his lips. That figure was thin as mist, but clearer than anything real. Vin did not blink, afraid it would disappear, then laughed. What is there to fear? The sea had taught him that fearing loss is the quickest way to let go. Vin let his breath flow, leaving that figure to stay like a small light inside him. They cast the net. The waves carried the boat just far enough, rocking it like a hammock. Dao asked Uncle, "Why is the sea so wide to hold all the things we have yet to say? Then, why is the sea different every morning? Because inside us, every morning is different. Some days, I feel sad. The sea still listens. Some days, I am angry. The sea still stands shoulder to shoulder. Some days, I am too happy. The sea will gently pat you. Do not let too much joy make you forget to row." They pulled in the net. Not many fish, but not few, just enough. On the way back, Vin followed Tong's ritual pause. Give thanks, then row through the final waves toward shore. Dao jumped from the boat, ran across the sand, leaving fast, small footprints, then turned and asked, "Will we go out again tomorrow?" "Yes." "Will we wait again?" "Yes." Waiting is the hardest part, but also the most beautiful. Why? Because during the waiting, you meet yourself. That night, Vin returned home and hung the worn knife on the old nail on the wall. The room was silent, the sound of the sea clearer. Vin sat alone, tried closing his eyes the way Tong used to. In the dark, he did not hear the waves, but the sound of a dawn sweeping across his chest, open, warm, slow. He smiled. Turns out dawn does not only rise at sea. Dawn also rises inside the body of the one willing to sit still for a few minutes before starting the day. Months passed. The village changed, a new bridge, stronger, boat engines, brighter floodlights. But at the water's edge, on mornings with just the right breeze, there was still one boat leaving shore a little later, and still two people sometimes, Vin and a child, sometimes Vin alone, standing still, facing east. The villagers got used to it. They did not laugh, did not urge. They knew those people were not slow. They were opening the day with silence. One day, a visitor from afar came wanting to learn fishing. He was impatient, asking for schedules, techniques, and where to find fish schools. Vin took him out and said, "First sit." The man checked his watch. "How long until you no longer want to ask, how long?" Upon returning, the man shook his head. "I did not catch much." "You caught something else," Vin said, "and that lasts longer." On the last day of the northeast monsoon season, the sky was glass blue. Vin pushed the boat out alone. The sea was shalom. He could hear a dry leaf turning over on a sand dune. Vin stood still at the edge of the water, brought his hands together, and softly said, "Old man." A seagull landed at the boat's bow, tilting its head. Vin smiled. "Let us go." The boat glided out like a gentle fish. Vin did not cast the net immediately. He sat, took a sip of water, breathed deeply. At the horizon, the sun rose without fanfare, like a long-promised answer. In that moment, Vin clearly heard a voice, though he did not know where it came from. "Do not speak over the morning." He nodded. Another dawn passed like a prayer, wordless, soundless, made only of space, filled by presence. And so, in that little fishing village, people still tell stories about Old Tong, the man who sat still before setting out to sea, not as some distant legend, but as a way of life that could begin as soon as tomorrow morning. They tell their children, "When you stand before the sea, do not ask for anything. Greet it first. When you cast the net, do not be greedy. Just enough. When you return to shore, do not forget to give thanks. The rest the sea already knows." The child nods, then runs off. But one morning, they will stop at the water's edge, and they will understand. The sea stays the same, pulling back, pushing, and placing shells on the shore, drawing secrets down into its depths. The sun stays the same, rising, setting, dyeing the wet nets gold. But people change, growing old, growing young, arriving, leaving. Yet the opening silence remains like a thin thread of light anyone can find if they are willing to stand still for just a minute. In that silence, we remember that we are not here to take from the sea, but to learn how to breathe with it. And once we have learned to breathe with the sea, then, even if we are far from water, every morning in our life can become a dawn on a boat where we do not speak over the morning, but simply sit still. Greet the new day, and only then lower our net into the world. Story 15. The Temple of Echoes. Morning in the valley began with a distant bell, soft as mist touching stone. In the heart of that valley stood a small temple called Van Tik. No one knew when it was built. They only said that those who passed by felt a different kind of silence. There, not the silence of emptiness, but one with rhythm, as if the wind, the mountains, and the water were all breathing together in the same tempo. The temple's abbot was an old monk named Thay Tue Hai. He had lived there for over 40 years and rarely went down the mountain. People said he did not preach sermons, did not write scriptures, and taught nothing except sitting every morning on the stone step at the veranda, eyes watching the drifting clouds, fingers touching a string of beads, lips not chanting, but as if listening. One autumn day, a young man arrived. His name was Lam, and he had just gone through a heavy life crisis. His father had passed away, his family fell apart, and his career collapsed. Inside him, there was only one sound left, the voice of himself calling out, with no one answering. People from the village below said that if one wanted to hear the true voice of their heart again, they should go to Van Tich Temple, the place where every echo returns. Lum climbed all day to get there. The mountain path was winding, overgrown with grass and trees. When he arrived, he dropped to the ground, breathing hard, sweat and dust mixing on his face. The temple gate was just two moss-covered wooden posts with a faded bamboo sign above that read, "Teach Ngu Silent Speech." He knocked, but no one answered. He waited for a long time. When the sun began to tilt westward, there came a soft sound behind him. "What are you looking for?" A voice, deep and old, like it rose from the earth itself. Lum turned around. An elderly monk in a dark brown robe stood there, his eyes deep set, forehead creased, but his skin glowed like someone who often smiled. Lum bowed. "I am searching for peace." "Peace," the monk repeated. "Is that a sound or a voice?" Lum froze, not understanding. The monk continued, "If it is a sound, it only exists when something else touches it. If it is a voice, it exists on its own. Which one do you seek?" Lum bowed his head again, unable to answer. The monk smiled, turned away. "Follow me." Inside the temple, there were no large statues, only terracotta walls, a wooden table, and a small pond in the courtyard. The water was so still that the sky could reflect on it perfectly. The monk said, "Sit." Lum sat staring at the water. His eyes welled. His heart pounded. Old memories surged in his father on the sickbed, the empty house, the arguments, the times he tried to stay silent, but could not find peace inside. The water in the pond suddenly rippled though there was no wind. "See?" the monk asked. "Just a single thought can stir the surface. And you, how many thoughts do you have each day?" "Countless," Lum answered, "and they all tire me." "Then do not push them away. Just watch them." The monk stood up, slowly, walked around the pond. His steps were soft, but each time he passed a certain point near the water, the sound echoed back as a rounded note resonating briefly in the air before fading. Lum listened, puzzled. "Why is there an echo?" he asked. "Because there is emptiness," the monk replied. "If there is no emptiness, the sound cannot return. If there is no silence, words simply drift away." As evening came and the sky changed color, the Van Tich temple seemed to dissolve into the clouds. Lum was given a small room against the cliffside. The monk told him, "Here you will hear your own voice." That first night, Lum lay awake. The wind passed through the cracks in the door. Insects chirped, and water dripped steadily. Each sound seemed to have its own life. The first drop hitting stone sounded like a call. The next responded. The following one was silent. Then a distant sound continued the exchange. He suddenly understood. Silence also has its own conversation. And for the first time in months, he did not feel afraid to be alone. In the morning, Thay Tue Hai asked him to sweep the courtyard. It was small, just a few fallen leaves. He swept, but the wind blew more. Leaves fell. He grew frustrated. The monk stood behind him. "Are you sweeping the leaves or sweeping the wind?" "The leaves," Lum replied. "The leaves fall with the wind. If you hate the leaves, you will end up hating the wind. But the wind is what makes the leaves fall, so the earth can breathe." Lum paused, smiled lightly. "So I should just let the leaves be?" "No. Keep sweeping, but do not expect the yard to stay clean forever." The days passed and became routine. Sweep in the morning, eat at noon, sit by the pond in the afternoon, listen to the bell at night. Sometimes the monk said nothing, only walked around, occasionally placing a hand on Lum's shoulder. One time he asked, "What do you hear when I ring the bell?" "The bell," Lum said. "That is all. There is the wind and the echo. Listen even more closely. The next day, when the bell rang, Lum closed his eyes. At first, it was metal striking, then the deep tone spreading, vibrating in the air, touching the stone walls, bouncing back. But after that, he heard something stranger. Not the bell, but a sense of expansion, as if his chest was vibrating too. When the bell stopped, its echo remained in his heart. He opened his eyes and saw the monk smiling. That is peace. Not in the sound, but in the space between sounds. Winter arrived. Low clouds and a chill blanketed the valley. Lum lit a fire, his hands, cold nose stinging. One afternoon, he asked Master, why is it called Van Tich Temple? Van means cloud. Tich means stillness. Clouds never stand still, but the sky is still. People spend their lives chasing clouds and forget the sky. So what must I do to see the sky? Lift your head. I do lift it, don't I? No. You lift with your neck, not with your heart. The following month, the master fell ill. He spoke less, but his eyes remained bright. Every afternoon, he asked Lum to drop a single, small pebble into the pond, just one, then sit and watch. The pebble would fall, the water ripple circles, spreading out, touching the edge, then fading. The first time he saw only water. The next time he saw it as a heartbeat. By the 10th time, he saw nothing, only silence. The master asked, "What do you see?" "I see silence." "Does silence have a shape?" "No." "Then how do you know it exists?" "Because I hear it." The master smiled. "Good. Now you hear without sound." On the final day of winter, the master called him out to the veranda. The wind drifted through, making the small wind chimes hanging from the roof tremble. The master spoke slowly, voice hoarse. "I am about to leave. You will stay. Do not hold me. Do not miss me. Do not wish me back. I am only changing my seat from outside to inside you." Lum's tears fell. "Do not cry," the master said. "Tears are also a sound. When you are still, I hear more clearly." The master passed away the next morning. No rain, no wind, only a narrow beam of light passing through the window, landing right where he used to sit. Lum did not cry out, did not wail. He just sat, as the master had taught him. When the first bird called out, he nodded gently. "I hear you." After the ceremony, he remained at the temple. Visitors came asking, "The abbot has passed. Who will take his place?" He simply smiled. The temple needs no keeper, only a listener. They did not understand, but said no more. Years passed. Van Tik Temple remained small still, with the pond in the courtyard, still with the morning bell, and a man with graying hair sitting quietly on the veranda. Lum was no longer young, but not yet old. The wind passed through his sleeves. The wind chimes softly rang. A traveler once asked, "Is this the most peaceful place?" Lum replied, "No. This is only a place of true sound. Peace depends on the ear that listens." "You mean the ears?" "No. I mean the silence behind the ears." The guest was puzzled, but asked to stay one night. That night, the sky was full of stars. The wind passed through the temple, carrying the scent of incense. The guest lay down, listened to the dripping water, then slept deeply. In the morning, he said, "I dreamed of someone striking a bell, but there was no sound." Lum smiled. "That is because the sound was already inside you." On another morning, Lum sat by the pond and dropped a pebble. The water rippled circles spreading out. In the reflection, he saw not only the sky, but also the face of the Master, the face of his Father, the faces of all who had passed through his life. All were faint, but not gone. He whispered, "Now I understand. Every sound has an echo if the heart is empty enough to hear it." From then on, the villagers at the foot of the mountain said anyone who climbs to Van Tik Temple, even if they meet no one will return, saying they heard something, not a sound, but a return. Some heard the voice of their mother. Some heard the child they used to be. Some heard only the wind. But all smiled, as if an invisible knot inside them had been loosened. Sound does not reside in the bell. Waves do not reside in water. Peace does not reside in stillness, but in the one who knows how to listen. The story ends in the late afternoon as golden light glides across the temple roof, casting a soft glow on the pond. Lum sits on the veranda, doing nothing. A bird flies past, the water stirs. The wind gently touches the chime. The sound spreads soft, distant, then gone. But within him, the echo remains, not to be heard, but to remind him every breath is a prayer, every silence a reply. And if one day someone asks him what peace is, he will simply smile, point to the open air where the clouds still drift, the sky still rests, and every echo of the world finds its way home. Just like each person, after years away, finally learns to stop and listen to their own breath. If you are still here, listening until the very last moments of this journey, then perhaps somewhere in your heart a quiet space has just opened. A space not too large, not too bright, but just enough for the wind to pass through without shaking the candle in your chest. These 15 stories are not merely tales, but gentle breaths, footsteps on the path to rediscovering the stillness that once lived inside all of us. Maybe you listened to fall asleep more easily. Maybe you listened to forget a long day, or maybe simply to share a slow breath with someone far away. Someone also searching for peace, like you. Whatever your reason, I want to say this softly. Thank you. Thank you for choosing to pause amid all the noise out there to listen to these stories as quiet as breath. Thank you for letting them live in a moment of your stillness. If you feel your heart has lightened even just a little, if tonight's sleep comes easier, please consider subscribing to this channel. Not just to hear more Zen tales for sleep, but so that each night, as the outside world closes, we can continue to step into a space of peace, where there is only wind, bells, and the rhythm of your own breath. Let this channel be a small temple in your soul, a place you can return to anytime you need, to pause, to rest, to find stillness again. Wishing you a deep night, a gentle sleep, and a fresh, clear morning. See you again in the next chapter of Zen Tales for Sleep. And remember, peace is not far. It is here in your slow breath, in this very moment. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Thank you for listening. See you next time.